Innocent, I came into this prison. Innocent, I was tortured. Innocent, I must die. These harrowing words were smuggled out of a dungeon in 1628 by Johannes Junius, the mayor of Bamberg, as he awaited his execution for witchcraft. Junius's desperate letter to his daughter proclaimed his innocence even after confessing to the impossible crimes under torture, a tragic testament to the fear and frenzy that gripped early modern Europe. Between the 15th and 17th centuries, tens of thousands of people across the German-speaking territories were accused of diabolic witchcraft and executed, often by fire. The witch hunts in these lands were among the most intense in Europe, reaching a fever pitch in the late 1500s and early 1600s. But what forces could drive communities to burn their own neighbors? That's what we're going to find out today. We explore the question, looking at theology, law, society, and how politics all converge to produce a devastating era of persecutions. The story of the German witch hunts is not a single tale, but a tapestry with many threads. It is a story of law courts, torture chambers, and sermons of thundering about Satan and of villagers whispering about strange neighbors. A story where learned judges and theologians upheld gruesome trials, even as a few brave voices dared to question the madness. But at its heart, the witch craze was fueled by very human anxieties, war and famine, religious toil, and the constant search for someone to blame when misfortune struck. Understanding this phenomenon matters not only as a grim chapter of history, but as a cautionary tale of how fear can override justice, and how many cultural myths can certainly have real-world consequences. And so, before we begin, allow me to welcome you, as is customary and good manners, those who are new to the channel. I invite you, if you have not done so yet, to click that subscribe button. And how about you tell me what you think about the topic in the comments below? Well, also a big thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and who checked out the merch store. And for the YouTube members too. It helps keep all of this ad-free for everyone's enjoyment, so thank you very much for your support. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get down to it. Well, I suppose the best way to start is by setting some terms. Now, the idea of a witch as a devil worshipper seems to have taken shape in late medieval Europe, and certainly set the stage for later witch hunts. In fact, in the early 1400s, religious authorities began to redefine certain sorcerers and folk healers as heretics conspiring with the devil. Medieval church law, for example, the Canon Episcopi from the 10th century, had once dismissed tales of night-flying witches as delusions. But by the 15th century, this old-world skepticism gave way to fear. Witches were increasingly seen as very real and very dangerous. The German-speaking lands, part of the Holy Roman Empire, became a seedbed for these new fears. In 1484, Pope Innocent VIII issued the bull Summis Desiderantes, explicitly warning that in some parts of Upper Germany, men and women had given themselves over to the devil, and were causing calamities like barren livestock and failed crops. This papal decree effectively licensed inquisitors to prosecute witchcraft uncompromisingly. A short 2 years later, in 1486-87, the infamous witch-hunting manual Malleus Malleficarum, or translated roughly The Hammer of the Witches, was published by the Dominican Inquisitor Heinrich Kramer. This work described a diabolic conspiracy of mostly female witches and instructed magistrates on how to unearth and eradicate them. Armed with such sanction and now guidance, local authorities in German territories began to pursue witches with a new zeal, and the golden age of witch hunting was certainly beginning. The early witch trials in the late 15th and early 16th centuries foreshadowed the terror to come. Scattered towns and bishoprics in the German southwest saw some of the first panics. For instance, in the 1480s, the city of Ravensburg carried out multiple witch executions after claims of weather magic and poisonings. These early cases were relatively limited in number, but they certainly introduced patterns that would become grimly routine. Under torture, accused witches confessed to diabolical deeds, flying to midnight Sabbaths, raising storms, and even cursing their neighbors, and they often implicated others. The hunt only spread out further. One noted early account, preserved by theologian Johannes Nieder, written around 1437 in his work Formicarius, described how a Swiss peasant named Stedelin was accused of summoning a demon to destroy another farmer's crops. Such stories, repeated and embellished, convinced many that the agents of the devil were everywhere. But it is important to note that before about 1550, witch trials in German lands had remained sporadic. Many local courts were hesitant or unsure about how to handle these cases. But the groundwork of myth and fear was certainly laid. By the mid-16th century, with religious upheaval raging, the Protestant Reformation, of course, and the Catholic Counter-Reformation, the stage was set for far more extensive persecutions. Both Catholic and Protestant leaders came to view witchcraft as a plague on their communities, an evil that had to be exterminated to win God's favor in a time of crisis. Thus the relatively modest trials of the late 1400s and early 1500s escalated into mass witch hunts that would ravage German territories in the late 15 and 1600s. But in understanding how the witch craze spread, you really have to grasp the legal machinery that enabled the whole thing. The Holy Roman Empire's criminal code, the Constitutio Criminalis Carolina of 1532, explicitly listed witchcraft as a severe crime punishable by death. And yes, that's typically by the old-fashioned burning at the stake. The Carolina laid down rules of evidence and procedure, aiming to standardize justice across the German territories. In theory, a person could not be convicted of witchcraft without substantial proof. Ideally, a voluntary confession or the testimony of two reliable witnesses to the same act of sorcery. But in practice, obtaining such proof for an invisible crime, that is, consorting with demons, secret spells which really left no tangible evidence, it was nearly impossible without resorting to coercion. Thus, torture became the dark heart of the witch trial process. Now, as for the Carolina, it did permit torture, but only under certain circumstances. A half-proof of guilt, such as one eyewitness or at least strong circumstantial evidence, was needed to justify its use. They didn't want it to be that cavalier. But in the fervor of witch hunting, these safeguards were often cast aside. Witchcraft was treated as an exceptional crime, so heinous and cunning that many jurists argued that normal rules simply did not fully apply in a time of crisis. Once an accusation of witchcraft was raised, events followed a grimly predictable course. A simplified overview of the typical German witch trial in the 17th century might look a little bit like this. First, the investigation and arrest. Rumors or denunciations, of course, prompt an inquiry. If authorities deemed the accusation plausible, say, multiple villagers blaming a specific person for unexplained calamities, the suspect would then be arrested. Officials might search the home for evidence, that is, occult books or strange ointments. But even without physical proof, an arrest could proceed on reputation alone. Interrogation under torture was the second step. Initial questioning quickly turned to torture if the accused insisted on their innocence. Common torture methods in German lands included thumb screws, which are exactly what they sound like. Not a good thing to think about. They also had leg vices that squeezed the shins, and the strappado, that is, they would tie your hands behind your back and hoist you up by the arms. Of course, this would dislocate your shoulders and cause you unimaginable agony. And then, of course, was the rack. Just stretch you out on that for a while until you blurt out the confession. Interrogators were theoretically supposed to avoid leading questions, but in practice they often demanded the accused to agree to certain claims. For example, they would ask, or rather tell, "You flew to the witch's Sabbath, didn't you?" Of course, under unbearable agony, most victims eventually, quote, confessed to whatever ridiculous crimes the judges suggested. The third step was confessing and naming of accomplices. Well, once broken, the accused would confess to a litany of horrors, flying through the night, blighting crops, summoning demons, and so on. Crucially, they were also pressed to name accomplices, other people seen at the devil's Sabbath or fellow witches in their coven. This demand was central to German witch hunts. A single confession could spawn dozens of new cases as names were given. Let's take Bamberg, for example. One woman's tortured confession in 1626 implicated several neighbors. Those individuals were then arrested, tortured into confessing, and naming others in turn. The chain reaction caused some witch trials to balloon into large-scale massacres. Then, of course, came the trial and sentencing. After a confession, and often little else in the way of evidence, a formal trial or hearing would affirm the accused's guilt. The confession itself was usually considered sufficient proof. Sometimes a panel of judges reviewed the case, but it was pretty rare that they would overturn a confession extracted by their own colleagues. If an accused tried to retract their confession, well, they would simply be tortured again. The sentence in nearly all convicted cases was death. Finally, the execution. They were often carried out in public as a warning. The condemned were typically sentenced to be burned at the stake. In some areas, the executioner mercifully strangled or beheaded the victim before the fire was lit. But in other cases, people were just burned alive. After the execution, the authority would seize the dead person's belongings and property, as was customary. But not all jurisdictions in Germany indulged in the excesses of witch hunting. Some cities and rulers were skeptical and imposed stricter standards. The imperial chamber court at Speyer occasionally intervened to annul convictions where procedures had been egregiously unjust. However, at the height of the craze from 1580 to 1630, many local courts, especially in small princedoms and church-ruled states, operated with very little oversight. Under the mantle of piety and panic, normal legal scruples faded. In those places, the witch trial became almost a conveyor belt to the stake. The law itself had been twisted into an instrument of terror. What could persuade educated judges and clergy that the gruesome persecution of witches was not only permissible, but righteous? Of course, the answer lies in demonology and theology of the time. High stakes. Across the German regions, both Catholic and Protestant authorities shared a fundamental belief, and that was witchcraft was real and represented a direct pact with the devil, a spiritual rebellion against God that threatened the soul of Christendom itself. Preachers thundered that witches were not merely ignorant healers or eccentrics, that they were members of a satanic cult working to undermine Christian society from the very within. And in this worldview, eradicating witches became a form of spiritual warfare. Learned demonologists provide an intellectual framework to justify the hunts. The Malleus Malleficarum had set the tone by insisting that witches formed a vast conspiracy directed by the devil. Later German writers elaborated on this vision. In 1589, Peter Binsfeld, a Catholic theologian in Trier, published a treatise on witch confessions, reiterating that witches must be punished without mercy, even if they retracted confessions. Such retractions, he argued, were, guess what, the devil's work and tricks. In 1595, Nicholas Remy, a magistrate in Lorraine, boasted in his Latin work Demonolotria, that he had sent hundreds of witches to their deaths. Weird flex, but all right. Remy claimed that one old woman cursed him and prophesied that he would die within a year. When the year passed and he was still alive, well, he took that as proof that God approved of his deeds. Such authors reinforced among the literate class the conviction that a war against witches was both a necessary one and a holy one. But the core theological narrative was as follows. A witch was believed to renounce the baptism and swear loyalty to the devil, often through a formal pact. The devil might appear in person, as a dark man or animal, to receive this oath. The newly sworn witch was said to receive a witch's mark on the body, a small and insensitive spot, the devil's mark of ownership. Witches supposedly gathered in groups at nocturnal assembly known as the Witches' Sabbath. German law placed some Sabbaths on mountain tops like Brocken in the Harz Mountains. There, according to trial confessions and sermons, witches indulged in orgiastic and blasphemous rites. They desecrated the cross and sacraments, feasted on the flesh of infants, and copulated with demons in obscene parodies of Christian sacrament. Of course, such lurid depictions made witchcraft appear as the ultimate heresy, a complete inversion of the righteous faith. One report from Würzburg in 1629 even claimed the devil himself set a black mass to thousands of followers, distributing turnip rinds instead of communion hosts. Both major Christian confessions lent theological weight to witch persecution. Catholic clergy often framed witch hunting as part of the Counter-Reformation's battle against the devil's influence. Jesuit preachers such as Friedrich Forner in Bamberg linked local misfortunes to the presence of hidden witches and urged rulers to purge them. Over on the Protestant side, leaders such as Martin Luther and John Calvin also affirmed the biblical command, Exodus 22:18, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." Luther bluntly stated that witches are the devil's servants and should be burned to death. In fact, he said quite unequivocally, I should burn them all. Calvin likewise wrote that witches were evil-doers who forsook God and thus merited execution. Despite the bitter divide between the Protestants and the Catholics on many issues, on this subject they agreed that tolerating witches was tantamount to tolerating devil worship. Of course, you tolerate that, and you invite God's wrath upon the entire community. This theological consensus fueled the moral fervor of the witch hunts. It assured magistrates that in condemning a suspected witch, they were defending their community's spiritual health. And if they didn't do that, well, they put everybody at risk. Any hesitation or mercy would be seen as weakness in the face of evil. And by the logic of demonology, the very severity of witches' crimes justified extraordinary measure. If witches truly could conjure hailstorms, spread plague, or kill infants, as the demonologists insisted, then harsh punishment, even burning alive, was warranted to appease divine justice and protect society. The German lands in this era were deeply religious, anxious to maintain God's favor amidst so many calamities. So when misfortune befell a town, a pestilence, crop failure, or sudden death, the prevailing world-view primed people to suspect invisible witches as the cause. And so, in turn, the duty of pious rulers and pastors was to root this evil out. In this way, demonology provided not only an explanation for suffering, but it was also a call to action. Hunt the witches, and thereby serve God and community. While learned treatises and princely decrees provided the framework for the hunts, the engine often came from the grassroots. The everyday interactions and tensions of village life. In the German communities of the 17th and 16th centuries, suspicions of witchcraft often began with personal misfortune. A farmer's cow would go dry, a family's bread would not rise, a child suddenly ill, a hailstorm ravaging the fields. In a world where the supernatural was part of the fabric of daily life, it was pretty common to seek a human agent for such misfortunes. Of course, science had not quite caught up with things yet, and so neighbors would ask, who might wish to cause us harm? Perhaps an old widow down the lane who had exchanged angry words with the family, or a midwife whose last delivery ended in tragedy. Maybe it was that beggar that we turned away without alms. Any such person might become the scapegoat for the community's ill, the witch upon whom all the blame fell. Many accusations stemmed from long-standing local grudges or fears. Records from German villages showed that those who fell under suspicion were frequently people on the social margins, the poor, the elderly, the widowed, the strange. A classic scenario appears again and again. A destitute old woman asks the neighbor for help and is refused. She mutters in frustration, and soon after, the neighbor's child gets sick, or perhaps one of the cows dies. Well, at once, the village gossip pins the calamity on the old woman's curse. If a woman already had a reputation for quarreling or strange behavior, nearly any unfortunate event could be laid at her door. Over time, she might accumulate a sinister reputation. Eventually, a formal complaint by one person could lead to her official arrest. Under torture, they would then confess to whatever mischief was attributed to her, confirming the community's fears. But even in large witch panics orchestrated by authorities, the initial sparks were often local events. The great Bamberg witch hunt of the 1620s was triggered in part by devastating frost in 1626 that ruined the harvest of wine. Panicked citizens insisted that witches must have caused it. Similarly, in the town of Weissentegg in 1562, a series of unexplained illnesses and livestock deaths led villagers to demand action against suspected witches. Ordinary people truly believed that malicious magic lurked behind their everyday woes, and that purging the witch would cure the problem. Once a witch hunt was underway, the social fabric of a community could be torn to pieces. People who had lived side by side for years found themselves pointing the finger at each other. Trust evaporated. An old quarrel or a fleeting suspicion suddenly could become deadly. The accused, under torture, often felt they had no choice but to implicate others, which spread the taint of suspicion even further. Children were encouraged to testify against parents, servants against masters, neighbors against neighbors. This betrayal of normal social bonds was a hallmark of intense witch panics, and not just in Germany. But it is important not to just oversimplify who accused whom. Fear of witches cut across social lines. While many accused witches were poor or powerless and often accused by their neighbors, in some notorious hunts, the accusations reached up the social ladder. Servants and commoners named wealthy burghers or even priests as fellow witches. In normal times, it was unthinkable that a respected city councillor or priest could be consorting with the devil, yet once a panic took hold, high status offered no immunity. At its core, the social dynamic of the witch hunts was driven by a need to explain that unexplainable and assign blame for the hardship. In an age with limited scientific understanding of disease, weather, or accident, accusing a witch provided a measure of comfort. It named an enemy to punish. It was a solution to a problem. If the witch could be caught and punished, perhaps the crops would recover. Maybe the sick would heal. But this was a false solace that came at a terrible cost. In seeking scapegoats for the misfortune, communities turned destructive. Folklore had long portrayed witches as outsiders who brought harm. During the witch hunts, that folklore became reality, as real individuals were cast in the role of the witch. But one of the most striking aspects of the witch hunts is that the vast majority accused were women. In the German territories and elsewhere in Europe, roughly 75 to 80% of those tried and executed for witchcraft were female. This fact did not go unnoticed by contemporaries. Many demonologists explicitly linked witchcraft to womanhood. The Malleus Malleficarum declared, quote, "All witchcraft comes from carnal lust, which in women is insatiable." Of course, this is the notion that women were more spiritually malleable and therefore more prone to evil. Early modern society, perhaps influenced by biblical precedent, often saw women, especially those not under a father or husband's authority, as potential weak links in the chain, susceptible to the devil's seduction. Stereotypes about gender permeated the image of the witch too. The archetypal witch was an older woman, often widowed or unmarried. She might be eccentric or sharp-tongued, traits not well tolerated in women of that era. If she worked as a healer or a midwife, this could further arouse suspicion, since she dealt in life and death, mysteries that outsiders found unsettling. It is no coincidence that midwives were sometimes accused. You see, when an infant died under their care, grieving families were understandably upset, I needed somebody to blame. The midwife's involvement made her a target. In one notorious Bavarian case of 1587, the midwife Walpurga Hausmannin was blamed for a string of infant deaths. She was tortured, and she confessed to witchcraft and infanticide. Ultimately, she was burned alive, a punishment reflecting the special horror directed at women accused of killing children. But even the supposed crimes of witches had a kind of gendered character. You see, witches were accused of perverting the traditional female roles. Instead of nurturing children, they killed or betrayed them. Instead of healing, they spread poison. Instead of chastity, they were deviant, such as copulation with demons. Can't get much more deviant than that. Well, the fixation on witches' sexuality, for example, lurid trials describing a witch's carnal relations with an incubus, reveals, I suppose, a little bit of anxiety about things. These fantastical accusations were essentially a demonization of female sexual desire. The very word hex, witch in German, conjured a female figure. Of course, men too were, prosecuted as witches, especially in large hunts, but the fear was mainly directed at women. When men were accused, it was often as accomplices or relatives of female witches. And even then the stereotype of the wicked woman loomed in the background. So why exactly were women so targeted disproportionately? There's a few different explanations. First is their general societal vulnerability. Women in this time often lacked social power. Widows and poor women living without any male protection were pretty easy prey for suspicions, and they had very little means to defend their reputation once gossip labeled them a witch. Women were also more central to domestic life, raising children, tending animals, brewing the beer, making the medicine, things like this. And when domestic misfortunes struck, the blame went straight to them. Many witch accusations grew out of personal conflicts between women in the neighborhood, quarrels over childcare, cooking, or charity that turned toxic when bad luck followed. And that's the sad part about it. Perhaps one of the saddest parts is that a lot of the accusations of women were coming from other women. Certainly throwing them under the bus on that one, aren't they? Well, of course, there is also some other old-fashioned beliefs. Influential writings had taught that women's spiritual weaknesses made them likely recruits for the devil. A kind of prejudice priming authorities to believe female suspects were guilty before proven innocent. If a man was eccentric, perhaps he'd be tolerated. But an eccentric woman, well, must be a witch. I suppose in sum, the witch hunts both reflected and intensified a few of the inequalities of the age. Women bore the brunt of the persecution, suffering not only because they were caught in a web of superstition, but just because they were in a society that was distrustful of women on the fringes of the villages, that independence, I suppose. The terror of the witch grave thus distinctly had a female face. The wrongful execution of thousands of women left a legacy of trauma, a historical lesson in how cultural fears about certain stereotypes can certainly turn lethal. But of course, the men were not left out on the outskirts of it either. Everybody suffered. It was not a good time for anybody involved, that is for sure. Well, let's move on to a bit more of a political point of view. Witch hunts in the German lands were not only the product of village gossip and theological zeal, They were also shaped decisively by politics and the actions of those in power. The fragmented nature of the Holy Roman Empire meant that hundreds of princes, dukes, prince-bishops, and city councils held jurisdiction over justice in their territories. Some of these authorities became enthusiastic promoters of witch trials, either out of genuine belief or just because the trials served their political ends. In many cases, a witch hunt provided a convenient means to consolidate power, eliminate rivals, or just demonstrate some piety to subjects. One could imagine groups of aristocrats from different kingdoms meeting up together and discussing how many witches they burnt last weekend. Certainly a strange sport. In Catholic prince-bishoprics, where a bishop held both secular and spiritual authority, witch persecution sometimes reached fever pitch. A notorious example is the Trier witch trials of the 1580s under Prince Archbishop Johann von Schonenberg. Trier's authorities, aided by the zeal of suffragan Bishop Peter Binsfield, executed around 300 suspected witches, including a number of clergy and wealthy citizens. One high-profile victim was Dr. Dietrich Flad, the chief judge of Trier. He had actually voiced doubts on the trial's integrity. Archbishop Schonenberg had Flad arrested, and after a forced confession, had him put to death. The removal of a troublesome skeptic, and a warning to others not to intervene. This pattern, using witch trials to neutralize critics or opponents, recurred in other places. In the bishopric of Bamberg, Prince Bishop Johann Georg II Fuchs von Dornheim earned the nickname Hexenbrenner, that is, witch burner. And there's only one way that you earn a nickname like that. Your guess is as good as mine. Well, Dornheim established a special witch commission, constructed at dedicating a prison known as the Druden House, the Witch's Tower, to hold the accused, and ignored imperial decrees that criticized his proceedings. Historians note that Dornheim's witch hunt conveniently swept up members of the local government council and influential family that were at odds with him. Certainly very convenient. The case of Dr. George Hahn in Bamberg is quite telling. Hahn, a city official who opposed the persecutions, found his own wife and daughter accused. When he protested to the emperor in Vienna, the two women had already been executed, and under torture, both of them had named Hahn himself as an accomplice. He was then arrested and eliminated as a political rival, all under the guise of witchcraft. Secular rulers, too, saw advantages in channeling public fear toward witches. The Duchy of Fulda, 1603 to 1606, Prince Abbot Balthasar von Dernbach employed a ruthless witch commissioner, Balthasar Nuss, who executed some 200 people, among them wealthy merchants whose assets enriched the prince's treasury, once again very convenient. In Protestant territories, there were fewer massive panics, but local magistrates occasionally used witch trials to garner favor with the devout populace, or at least to distract from other troubles. During the fervor of the 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, political instability and military devastation created fertile ground for witch hunting. As armies scorched the land and famine and disease followed, princes and city elders often faced restless and traumatized subjects. Blaming witches for the realm's suffering could serve as a political pressure valve. It gave the public a tangible enemy, besides their rulers to blame, and allowed authorities to appear proactive against hidden traitors in their midst. Yet, politics could also work in the other way, to restrain the witch trials. The Holy Roman Emperors themselves were ambivalent about the hunts. Emperor Ferdinand II was a staunch Catholic who believed in witchcraft, but even he began concerned when reports reached him of chaos in places like Bamberg and Würzburg. In 1630, after appeals from relatives of the accused, and even a plea from the Pope recounting a pregnant woman, Dorothea Flock, Ferdinand demanded that Dornheim halt the Bamberg trials. But Dornheim wasn't keen on that idea. He defied the emperor's orders and rushed through Dorothea's execution before imperial inspectors could intervene. This brazen act scandalized higher authorities, and in that same year in the imperial diet in Regensburg officially debated the excesses of the witch commissions. Political pressure from above, combined with the shifting tides of war, that is, Swedish Protestant armies occupying Bamberg in 1632, driving out Dornheim, well, all these factors finally broke the back of that witch hunt. Similarly, in Würzburg, the death in 1631 of Prince Bishop Philip Adolf von Ehrenberg, who had overseen the burning of around 900 witches in just a few years, brought an abrupt end to the persecutions there. And these episodes all illustrate that witch hunts were not a simple reflection of mass hysteria, but also tools wielded or halted by political hands. A ruler's stance on witch trials could decide the fate of hundreds. Some used the hunts cynically to solidify their rule, or settle scores under a cloak of religious righteousness. Others eventually recognized that the hunts could become a runaway train that threatened social order and the economy. After all, executing dozens of taxpayers and sowing terror is probably not a good way to have sustainable governance. Well, by the late 17th century, a number of German princes openly opposed witchcraft persecutions, preferring order and enlightenment ideas to the turmoil of witch-finding. To sum it all up, the political context in each territory, the ambitions, fears, and wisdom, or perhaps lack thereof, of its leaders, had a pretty important influence on how far the fire of the witch hunt spread. The rise and fall of witch persecutions in Germany were closely tied to the broader crises that struck society as a whole. You see, when life was stable, prosperous, all nice, witch trials tended to be fewer. But when hardship and disaster struck, guess what? They flared up. In this sense, witches functioned certainly as scapegoats for collective anxieties, whether that was war, weather, or just good old-fashioned economic breakdown. The late 16th and early 17th centuries were marked by intense upheavals. Climate historians note that this period fell within the Little Ice Age, a time of unusually cold and erratic weather. Harvests failed with alarming frequency. In wine-producing regions of Germany, chronicles report bitter frosts decimating the vines multiple years in a row. Grain shortages led to hunger and skyrocketing prices. Such conditions bred desperation and anger. Many believed that such unnatural weather certainly had to have a preternatural cause. And yet, the obvious culprits were the witches. If a severe hailstorm flattened the wheat fields, villagers might recall that they saw some old woman out walking just before the storm. Surely she must have thrown a charm or two out there to summon the hail. Indeed, accused witches often confessed under torture that the devil gave them power to ride on the winds and unleash hail and thunder. In one Bavarian confession, a woman claimed she and her coven gathered on a mountain top and concocted a potion to cast a killing frost on the valley below. Beliefs like this gained traction as people struggled to explain why God would afflict them with poor weather. The notion that secret witches were poisoning the atmosphere was an easy answer, and hunting these witches was an easy ray of relief. And then, of course, war was a great accelerant of witch panics. The 30 Years' War ravaged Germany from 1618 to 48, bringing invading armies, pillage, famine, and epidemics of disease. Ordinary people were caught up in the chaos. In some regions, a kind of siege mentality took hold. Communities turned inward, looking for internal traitors who might be in league with the devil to invite such devastation. For example, during a Swedish military offensive in 1630, the number of witch accusations spiked in certain Catholic areas, perhaps as a desperate attempt by local leaders to show that they were purging any evil that might have incurred God's disfavor. War also weakened the traditional authorities and judicial oversight, which allowed witch-hunting entrepreneurs like roving interrogators or local zealots to operate more or less unchecked. The prince-bishops of Würzburg and Bamberg launched their massive witch hunts in the 1620s at the height of wartime turmoil, when external threats were high and scrutiny from higher courts was low. Economic distress fed the witch hunts in more direct ways as well. Trials and executions were expensive, but they could be offset by seizing the assets of the condemned. In a time where many princely treasuries were drained by war costs, the property of accused witches, houses, farms, jewelry, even the clothes off their back, represented a tempting source of revenue. Well, it would be perhaps a little bit too cynical to say the witch hunts were purely for profit, but the profit motive did sometimes grease the wheels. In regions like Bamberg, records show that officials eagerly auctioned off the estates of wealthy witches that they burned. Moreover, widespread poverty and social dislocation, peasant families driven from burnt villages, beggars on the roads, heightened social tensions, and the presence of many wandering strangers or vagrants could fuel suspicion of who they really were. Perhaps an agent of the devil on the move. Conversely, communities that were economically healthier or less affected by famine saw fewer trials, suggesting stability bred quite a bit less paranoia. And so, as we can see, the worst witch hunt episodes in Germany often coincided with those periods of crisis. Frightened people, suffering, looking for someone to blame. There's a saying from 17th century Germany that captures the connection. When the crops rot and the enemy is at the gate, the cry of witch is never far behind. In scapegoating witches for calamities beyond anyone's control, people sought a sense of agency, a way to fight back against invisible foes. Tragically, this only added human-made calamity to natural ones. The execution pyres might have provided a grim catharsis, but they did nothing to actually improve the weather or stop a war. Over time, as these crises passed and society began to rebuild, the impetus to find witches began to wane. By the later 17th century, a gradual return to stability, better harvests, the end of the 30 Years' War, economic recovery, seemed to have removed one of the key fuels that had long fed the fires. And so by the late 1600s, the witch craze in German lands had begun to burn itself out. Yes. Several factors contributed to the decline of the witch trials. First, the very excesses of the worst hunts sparked a backlash. the execution of dozens of innocents, including prominent citizens and even children. It didn't sit well with everyone. Some authorities started to ask hard questions. Pioneering critics emerged, often men who had witnessed the brutality firsthand. The Jesuit priest Friedrich Spee, after escorting numerous convicted witches to the stake as a confessor, anonymously published a warning on criminal trials in 1631. Spee did not deny that witches might exist, but he denounced the ways that the trials were conducted. He pointed out the vicious circular logic of torture and how easily it condemned the blameless. His famous observation that torture produces witches where none exist rang true to many who had seen the panic spiral out of control. And so his work had a notable impact on educated opinion, especially in Catholic regions. Similarly, jurists in Protestant areas grew weary of the unreliable testimony and fantastical charges that witch cases seemed to entail. By the mid-17th century, a number of German princes and city councils were openly skeptical of new witchcraft allegations. They had begun to see such trials as an embarrassment, or even a dangerous interruption. Secondly, the legal environment gradually shifted. High courts increasingly overturned witch convictions from local courts, especially when procedures had ignored the Carolina's standards. Rulers issued edicts to curb witch-hunting fervor. For instance, after a notorious case in which a woman was drowned as a witch in Prussia in 1672, without a proper trial, by the way, the authorities in Brandenburg, Prussia, strictly forbade any further witch executions. Across Germany, judges started demanding clear proof, which, of course, was seldom possible. Torture fell out of favor as Enlightenment ideas about rational justice took hold. Slowly, the burden of proof reversed. Instead of assuming that witchcraft was everywhere, many judges assumed it was mostly superstition and required extraordinary evidence to prosecute. As this skepticism trickled down through the judicial system, accusations were more often dismissed or quietly dropped without any need for torture. And finally, the cultural mindset was changing. The late 17th and early 18th centuries ushered in the early Enlightenment. Scientific explanations for natural phenomena began to gain ground. Comets, storms, and diseases. Things like this were less readily ascribed to sorcery. Intellectuals across Europe, including in the German states, published tracts challenging the reality of witches. That is, for example, the Dutch theologian Balthasar Becker's The World Bewitched in 1691, which argued that the devil's influence was far more limited than people imagined, was widely read in educated German circles, certainly managed to change a few minds. The educated elite began to see witch-hunting as a humiliating relic of ignorance. Even religious leaders tempered their views. By 1700, many Protestant pastors and Catholic priests alike would privately admit that the past trials were a terrible mistake. But of course, none of this happened overnight. Rural belief in witches persisted, and a few isolated trials still flared here and there, even into the early 1700s. But these were the dying embers of the craze. The last execution for witchcraft in the German regions occurred in the 1770s. In most places, by 1700 or shortly after, witchcraft accusations no longer led to death. The crime of sorcery faded from legal codes or simply went unenforced. A combination of fatigue reform, and enlightenment had finally closed the door on witch hunts. Or at least, in Germany, they did. So, in closing, the persecutions of the 15th and 17th centuries in German territories were a complex phenomenon woven from the threads of faith, fear, and power. We've explored quite a few facets of it, haven't we? From the legal intricacies to the social tensions, the theological fervor, the politics, the pressures of war and hunger, they all played their part. And each aspect offers insight into how ordinary people can become complicit in extraordinary cruelty. Those fires of the stakes have long been extinguished, but the stories of that time continue to resonate. They urge us to remain vigilant, so that such a witch hunt, in any form, never happens again. One of the most chilling chapters of English history was the witch trials. So imagine the scene. You're in a 17th century English village, and an elderly woman stands before a court, terrified and trembling, as her neighbors accuse her of cursing their livestock and consorting with the devil. Something from a horror film. That's what it sounds like. A powerful image that evokes fear and superstition. But this happened hundreds of times. How exactly did England arrive at the point where hundreds of people, mostly women, were tried and executed as witches? It's exactly what we're going to explain today, tracing through the chronological history of witch trials in England from the medieval period through to the height of the witch-hunting frenzy in the 16th and 17th centuries. And we'll have a look at the laws that governed witchcraft, along with the religious forces that fueled the fear, and the social dynamics that meant women were most often the targets. And, of course, don't worry, we're not going to water down any gruesome details or leave anything out for the sake of good manners. No, we are going into the most grittiest and grimmest of times. So get nice and relaxed, because we're about to begin. But before we do, allow me to welcome you to the channel. We can't spare those good manners. If you've not yet subscribed, I invite you to do so and leave your thoughts in the comments. Also, this video is ad-free along with everything else thanks to the generous support of the patrons and YouTube members, and for those who took the time to browse the merch store. You have my eternal thanks. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get down to it. And so here we are, in medieval England. And when we think of witches in history, we often picture the medieval era as a time of rampant superstition, with witches being burned on every corner of every street by the hundreds. But you might be surprised. That image does not really fit the reality in England, at least, not yet. During the early and high Middle Ages, roughly the 5th through to the 14th centuries, belief in magic was certainly there. Charms, folk healing, spells, they were all part of folk culture. We are in the land of the Druids, that's for sure. But large-scale witch hunts, they were virtually unknown at the time. The concept of the diabolical witch, a person usually female, but sometimes male, in league with Satan to work harmful magic, it only began to take shape in late medieval England. Prior to the 15th century, attitudes towards magic and witchcraft were relatively lenient. The Church did condemn harmful sorcery as a sin, but often viewed so-called witches as deluded, rather than any spiritual threat. An early medieval church text, the Canon Episcopi, well known by the 10th century, even claimed that the night rides and Sabbaths of witches were mere illusions wrought by the devil on weak minds. In practice, most magic, healing potions, love charms, protective amulets, was all tolerated, as long as it did not challenge Christian doctrine or cause public harm. The wise woman of the village and the cunning man provided services like curing illness or finding lost objects. While the church certainly frowned on it, it rarely led to severe punishment in this period, or accusations of more serious crimes. In fact, one contemporary observer later noted that, quote, "At this day it is indifferent to say in the English tongue, 'She is a witch,' or 'She is a wise woman,'" suggesting that the line between respected folk healer and suspected witch was initially quite blurry. And those are indeed the words of Reginald Scott of 1584. Before the 1400s, accusations of sorcery in England were usually tied to political intrigue and personal vendettas, rather than panic over devil worship. One early notable case was that of Walter Langton, the Bishop of Coventry, in 1301. A very early case of it, and it's a damn good example. He was actually accused of using sorcery to gain Edward I's favor and accumulate wealth. This trial, which ultimately went nowhere conclusive, showed that witchcraft accusations at the time were often motivated by politics, just a way to tarnish an enemy's reputation, rather than genuine fear of a satanic conspiracy. For the most part, medieval English law did not have a specific crime of witchcraft. Church courts could prosecute harmful magic as a form of heresy or sin, usually resulting in penance, but not death. Secular authorities might charge someone who used poison or enchantment to kill as a murderer, but magic itself was not explicitly criminalized under common law. An Anglo-Saxon law code from King Aethelstan's reign in the 10th century did prescribe the death penalty, however, if somebody used witchcraft to kill another. But how are you meant to prove that? Such cases were rare, and the law was not systematically enforced. The average English villager in, say, the 13th century might blame a bad crop or a sick child on witchcraft, but there was no legal mechanism or widespread campaign to hunt down the culprit. In short, the medieval period in England saw relatively few witch trials and no centralized witch hunt apparatus. Isolated incidents. One, for example, in 1324, where a wealthy woman named Lady Alice Keteler in Ireland, then under English rule by the way, was accused of witchcraft and heresy by a jealous stepchild. But she fled, and although her case is often cited, it was pretty extraordinary for the time. But it was not until the 15th century that we see English cases that start to resemble what we could call later witch trials, as the concept of satanic witchcraft took hold in parts of Europe, with the infamous witch-hunting manual Malleus Malleficarum, this hammer of the witches published in 1486 on the continent, finally coming to England. Well, they experienced a few high-profile witchcraft prosecutions, but still often entangled with political treason. A famous example, a little bit before the Malleus Maleficarum, was the 1441 trial of Eleanor Cobham, the Duchess of Gloucester. Duchess Eleanor, along with several alleged accomplices, including an astrologer and a so-called wise woman named Marjorie Jourdemain, were accused of using sorcery and necromancy to try and kill Henry VI, It's generally frowned upon to kill the king. Well, this sensational case had all the elements of the later witch trials: fortune-telling, potions, and a frightened authority, treating it as both heresy and treason. Eleanor Cobham, being of noble blood, was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment after a public penance. But, as you can imagine, the less privileged accomplices met harsher fates. Margaret Jourdemain, for instance, was burned at the stake in London as a heretic witch. Still, it's pretty telling that this case was exceptional and newsworthy, enough for them to write down in all of the old chronicles. But it still didn't manage to spark a broader campaign against witches in general, only addressing a specific conspiracy against the king. In 1441, witchcraft was just another tool in the political drama. By the late 1400s, European witch hysteria was on the rise. Pope Innocent VIII's bull, Summis Desiderantes, in 1484, had urged greater action against witchcraft in Germany, and we'll get to the Germans later. Well, but England remained somewhat insulated at first. After all, England is quite a way away from the papacy. The late medieval English mindset tended to be skeptical about some of the wilder claims coming from the continent. One English chronicler writing around the time Riley noted that many witch tales were old wives' stories. However, beliefs were slowly shifting. We see hints of a few theories creeping in, a little bit on the, I suppose you could say that they were misogynistic, I suppose, if we're going to use that word. It is a notion that women, especially weak old women, were more prone to meddling in magic or making pacts with the devil, a kind of spiritual malleability. Now, this would later become a cornerstone of witch hunting. In 1485, during the turmoil following the Wars of the Roses, even the new King Henry VII faced rumors that witches had caused a deadly storm at sea to thwart him, a sign that people were starting to attribute major misfortunes to witchcraft. Yet, notably, no systematic purge of witches occurred in medieval England because of it. There was no English equivalent of the Continental Inquisition hunting heretics and witches, which I'm sure the English were quite happy about. Medieval authorities were more preoccupied with heresy of a different sort, like the Lollards, for example, and with the many secular political conflicts. Then so, by 1500, England had only seen scattered witchcraft persecutions, mostly isolated incidents, tied to the elite affairs or local feuds. Magic was acknowledged. Sometimes it was feared, but not comprehensively prosecuted. However, this was all about to change. The intellectual groundwork, the idea of the witch as Satan's servant, was gradually filtering in from Europe. Social and economic strains in late medieval England, plagues, wars, upheaval, meant that people were looking for scapegoats for their misfortune, and witches, well, they were a convenient target. Most importantly, as we turn to the 16th century, England's religious landscape and legal structures would transform. The result was that what had been a rarity in the medieval era, the trial for witchcraft, would in the 1500s and 1600s become distressingly commonplace. And so we find ourselves at the dawn of the Tudor era, bringing seismic shifts to English society. The Reformation, the centralization of royal power, and new laws for the first time that explicitly defined witchcraft as a crime. Under the Tudor monarchs, we see England move from relative medieval indifference about witch hunting to an age of statutes and trials. The change was spearheaded by none other than King Henry VIII. Yes, Big Henry. Henry's reign is famous for the break with the Catholic Church, but he also holds the distinction of enacting England's first law against witchcraft. In 1542, he pushed through Parliament, quote, an act against conjurations, witchcrafts, sorcery, and enchantments. This 1542 Witchcraft Act is a landmark. It made witchcraft and sorcery punishable as a felony, which meant convicted witches could be put to death, and of course all of their goods and property forfeited to the crown. You can see how this is going to become a problem. The Act's language is pretty fascinating, actually. It targeted people who, quote, use, devise, practice, or exercise any invocations or conjurations of spirits, or use witchcraft to harm others, or even to provoke any person to unlawful love. In other words, anything from summoning demons to making love potions or magically harming neighbors was now a serious crime. But why did Henry VIII, of all people, suddenly legislate against witches? Well, there's a mix of reasons. Henry was increasingly paranoid about threats to his rule. Remember, this is the king who executed 2 of his wives and countless ministers. He had 6 wives all up. Not good. Well, sorcery was sometimes seen as a tool of treason. If a monarch believed that magicians might attempt to curse or bewitch him, to cause impotence, for example, or death, he had motivation to crack down. There was indeed a context. Earlier in Henry's reign, some of his courtiers had been implicated in dabbling in astrology and magic to predict the king's death. Certainly not the news he wants to receive. Henry's act can be seen as a preemptive strike against anyone who might use magic with unlawful intent in his realm. But the real takeoff point for the English witch trials came with Queen Elizabeth I. In 1558, Elizabeth ascended the throne and reinstated Protestantism, establishing the Church of England. Well, of course, the Church of England was officially founded by Henry VIII, but there was a little bit of a lull in proceedings. It kind of went a little bit complicated for a while. So Elizabeth basically reinstated the Church of England, and from that day on, it was Protestantism all the way. Well, a few years into her reign, Parliament revisited the issue of sorcery. In 1563, they passed a new law, an act against conjurations, enchantments, and witchcrafts. This Elizabethan Witchcraft Act is crucial because it laid the legal foundations for witch hunting that would sweep England in the decades to follow. Now, Elizabeth's law was actually somewhat more moderate than Henry's old act. It distinguished between lesser witchcraft and deadly witchcraft rather than painting everything with a broad brush. But under this 1563 statute, if a person was convicted of using witchcraft that did not result in someone's death, for example, casting spells that made people ill, bewitching cattle, or playing around with fortune-telling, the punishment was a year's imprisonment and public exposure in the pillory. And it was also a felony, only on the second offense, so you'd get off with a slap on the wrist the first time usually. Well, probably a little bit of penance, too. However, if someone was convicted of using witchcraft to cause death, essentially murder by sorcery, that was a capital felony on the first offense, punishable by hanging, and no benefit of clergy. The act was also making it a felony to invoke evil spirits or commune with familiar spirits for any purpose, which would prove significant later. The Elizabethan law thus set up a 2-tier system. Minor malefica, that is, harmful deeds, got a relatively lighter punishment, though a year in jail was hardly a slap on the wrist. especially back then. Well, but of course, any witchcraft leading to death, well, you were getting the noose for that. But why introduce the law in 1563? Well, there are a few contexts to consider. For one, the government may have been responding to popular fears. Across Europe in the 1560s, witch panics were increasing. And though England lagged behind, the rumblings of witch fears were certainly gaining momentum. There had been a notable case in 1560 of a supposed conspiracy to kill Queen Elizabeth by magic. A man named John Dee, who I've done a video about, later famous as an astrologer, was at one point questioned for casting horoscopes of Elizabeth, though nothing of it came legally. He was also a very close friend of hers for quite some time. Also, Elizabeth's religious sentiment was Protestant, and Protestant theology took witchcraft very seriously as a form of devilry that has to be stamped out. Interestingly, the newly Protestant Scottish Parliament passed its very own harsh witchcraft law in 1563 too. So, I suppose the act could be seen as the English state aligning with the broader European Christian, now Protestant, determination to punish sorcery as a crime of both God and society. But it is worth noting that Elizabeth herself was not personally zealous about witch hunting. She wasn't another witch finder. She wasn't like Catherine de' Medici. But her reign did provide the legal machinery and ultimately the religious atmosphere that allowed the trials to flourish. And indeed, witch fever swept across England in the late 16th century once the law was in place. For the first time, local magistrates and justices of the peace had a clear statute authority to arrest and try people for witchcraft, even if church courts were no longer involved. So by the 1570s and 80s, we see rising numbers of witchcraft accusations in villages and towns. Most accused witches were elderly, poor women, often widows, who lived on the margins of their community. Well, it was mainly partly because of these traditional prejudices that they were the victims. They were thought to be more susceptible to temptation by the devil, more likely to engage in petty malice born of envy or anger, and gossip, I suppose. Also, many accused women were healers or wise women whose folk practices could look suspicious in a devout Christian context. A neighbor might visit a wise woman for a remedy once a week, but then accuse her of cursing a cow the next week when relations had soured. And yes, that's one important thing to notice. Yes, most of the accused were women, but most of the accusers were also women. There was a deep ambivalence in society. As one observer in the 1580s noted, calling someone a witch or a wise woman is pretty much the same thing, but the difference was whether her magic was currently helping you or believed to be harming you. Many villagers relied on folk healers, but simultaneously feared their power. This dynamic meant that when misfortune struck, a crop failure, stillborn child, sudden illness, people were looking for someone to blame, and usually that came in the form of a solitary, sometimes unpopular old woman who perhaps had exchanged harsh words or dirty looks with victims in the past. There is actually a series of witchcraft pamphlets from Elizabeth's reign that gives us an insight into the early trials. One of the earliest came in 1566, describing the trial of Agnes Waterhouse in Kelmsford, Essex, the first recorded execution of a witch under the new law. Agnes Waterhouse was a widow in her 60s, accused of killing a neighbor and some livestock by sorcery. A lurid pamphlet details Agnes's alleged familiar spirit, a cat named Sathan, that she fed a drop of her blood in exchange for its evil deeds. Satan, of course, being a bit of a twist on Satan. Not very creative accusation, I suppose. But Agnes confessed, reportedly admitting that her demonic pet had killed her husband and others at her bidding. She was hanged for the crime. The trial also roped in her daughter Joan and another woman, Elizabeth Frances, who interestingly had first owned the cat and passed it on to Agnes. The case already shows hallmark features: a network of women accused together, a familiar spirit in animal form. That is one uniquely English twist in many witch tales, by the way, and a confession, likely extracted under duress or cunning interrogation. Importantly, and this is very important, torture was technically not legal in ordinary English criminal procedure. But that didn't stop them. It didn't stop them doing different kinds of torture. There wasn't any stretching on the rack or anything, but they certainly kept people awake all night, or just terrified them into talking. Most of the time they could threaten things out of people. And we see this example, how religious beliefs and folklore merged. Agnes's story of a demonic cat, it sounds like a folk tale, yet it was taken as evidence of a pact with the devil himself. So throughout the 1570s to 80s, such trials occurred sporadically across England, with Essex, Suffolk, and other parts of eastern England being hotspots. These were areas with many Puritans and zealous magistrates. A significant case hit in 1589 in the village of St. Osyth in Essex, where no fewer than 14 women were accused of witchcraft at the same time. Several were condemned and executed. This was an unusually rather large group for the time, a local witch hunt in effect, and it clearly alarmed some observers. One well-educated gentleman watching the growing numbers of hangings was Reginald Scott, a Kentish county squire. In 1584, Scott published a remarkable book, The Discovery of Witchcraft. It stands out as perhaps the first great skeptical critique of the witch hunts. Scott was outraged by the persecution of what he saw as innocent and vulnerable women. He urged that many accusations of witchcraft were baseless, arising from ignorance, fear, and local grudges. He wrote compassionately about poor old women being falsely blamed for every single misfortune a village could go through. But he also went as far to state flatly that much of what people believed about witches, that is, flying through the night, making pacts with the devil, transforming into animals, was all completely impossible, mere fantastical imagination. He pointed out that sometimes a sick person might convince themselves they were bewitched, when it was really just a natural illness. And what about all the bizarre confessions? Scott noted that some accused witches were coerced, or they were delusional or confused. He wryly commented that if you torture or threaten anybody long enough, especially a poor old woman, they might confess to anything, just to satisfy their questioners. And that is the prevailing theme, that during these trials the only acceptable answer to any question was that which confirms the biases of the one questioning you. Certainly no way out of that, isn't it? Well, Scott's skepticism was not widely embraced by the authorities at the time. In fact, one very important person took great offense to Scott's work, and that person was King James VI of Scotland, soon to be James I of England. We'll hear more about him in a moment, but suffice to say, he was a firm believer in witches, and he ordered Scott's books to be burned upon his accession to the English throne. So while Scott might have gave a voice to an important minority viewpoint, that the witches' trials were fundamentally unjust, the late Elizabethan period continued to see trials and executions, whether they liked it or not. And so by the end of Elizabeth's reign in 1603, several hundred people in England had already been accused of witchcraft, and dozens had been executed. It's hard to pin the exact numbers, but estimates suggest that perhaps a few hundred alleged witches may have already been put to death in the late 1500s. Compared to some parts of Europe, this was quite restrained. In fact, in some German territories, that many might be killed in a single year. But it was a stark change from the medieval period. Well, we see that by 1600, the solidifying of certain patterns, the vast majority of accused were women, often beyond childbearing age. But men were also accused occasionally. Don't let the general trend make us forget about all of the victims. Usually those who were relatives of witches were thrown into the mix, or perhaps cunning men whose fortunes had turned sour. They were perhaps 10 to 20% of the total at most. This changed in different parts of Europe too, depending on whether you were in Spain or Germany, France, this sort of thing. Of course, many educated writings at the time argued that women's inherent spiritual weakness and lust made them easy prey for the devil's temptation. A typical assertion was that women were more prone to malice and gossip, which, if empowered by the devil, well, it could spin out of control into witchcraft. The very stereotype of the witch, an old hag muttering curses, was rooted in contempt for the impoverished, outspoken old woman. But we should not, however, oversimplify. Often the initial accusers of witches were other women. For example, young mothers whose infants died, blaming a neighbor woman or a servant girl suffering fits. Witch hunting was not just this matter of all the men getting together and persecuting the women. It was a broader societal phenomenon, where many shared the belief that female witches were causing harm. Still, the power dynamic at the top, male judges, clerics, and demonologists examining female suspects, show a little bit of a bias, sure, but it's not a bias of men versus women. It's a bias of the powerful versus the powerless. And don't get that one confused. So, before moving on, let's touch on one famous late Elizabethan case that actually straddles into the next era, the witches of Warboys. In the village of Warboys of Huntingdonshire, in the early 1590s, a well-to-do family named Throckmorton began experiencing strange fits and illnesses among their children. 5 young girls convulsed and screamed that an old neighbor woman named Alice Samuel was bewitching them. The drama continued for months. Even a visiting noblewoman, Lady Cromwell, the grandmother of the future protector, Oliver Cromwell, by the way, supposedly confronted old Alice Samuel and later died after hallucinating about Alice at night. Certainly did not add weight to her innocence, I suppose. And so in 1593, Alice Samuel, her husband, and daughter were tried for witchcraft, accused of murdering Lady Cromwell and torturing the Throckmorton children by magic. All 3 of them, no exception for the daughter either, were convicted and hanged. The Warboys case is notable, not only for involving an entire family of alleged witches and high-status victims, but also for its aftermath. You see, the judge was so unnerved that he left money in his will to pay for an annual sermon on witchcraft at Huntingdon. So for years afterwards, a preacher would remind the community of the danger of witches using warboys as a cautionary tale. It shows how these trials could inflame fear far and wide. A 1593 pamphlet about warboys became widely read, spreading the notion that even seemingly pious communities could harbor secret covens of witches. By 1600, England was primed, culturally, religiously, and legally, to believe in and seek out witches. And so in 1603, the crowns of England and Scotland were finally united under King James of Scotland, who became King James I of England. His succession would prove highly significant for the trajectory of witch hunting. James brought with him to England a personal obsession with it. In Scotland, he had been deeply involved in witch hunting during the 1590s, a time when Scotland saw fierce persecutions. Most famously, in 1590, James believed a coven of witches in North Berwick had plotted to kill him by raising storms at sea. He narrowly survived a tempest while sailing, and took it as an assassination attempt by sorcery. This experience convinced him of the fearful abounding of witches. He even personally interrogated some of the accused Scottish witches under torture. In 1597, he published his own treatise on the subject called Demonology, which outlined his beliefs in detail. In this book, written as dialogue, he insists that witches are real and very dangerous, quote, detestable slaves of the devil who must be punished. He describes how they renounce their baptism, make their pacts with Satan, and work various evils. Unlike Reginald Scott's skepticism, James's demonology was a full-on endorsement of witch hunting. It justified practices to identify witches, and refuted those who doubted their existence. Notably, James even took Scott's 1584 work to task, attacking Scott's conclusion as a dangerous belief. When James came to England, he wasted no time in aligning English law with his views. In 1604, just a year after James I took the English throne, Parliament, likely at the King's urging, passed a new Witchcraft Act to replace the 1563 Act passed by Elizabeth. The Witchcraft Act of 1604, creatively named, was in effect a harsher update that closed some perceived loopholes of the previous acts. Under the new statute, any invocation or conjuration of evil spirits was now a capital offense on the first conviction. No more slaps on the wrist. The act still distinguished between causing harm versus minor and major magic, but it extended the death penalty to a broader range of offenses. For instance, if a person shall consult, covenant with, entertain, or employ any evil or wicked spirit for any purpose, they were now guilty of a felony without the benefit of clergy, i.e., you were getting executed. This specifically targeted the demonic pact element of witchcraft, where Elizabeth's law focused on the result, the harm done. James's law focused on the interaction with the devil or familiar spirits as the worst of all crimes. It's pretty clear that James's theology shaped this. He saw witchcraft as a uniquely evil thing, not because of the harm to victims, but because the witch was spiritually allied with the devil, and that was a direct attack on God. The 1604 Act also eliminated the need for a second offense in cases of lesser witchcraft. Many more forms of magic became felonies outright. In practical terms, the act empowered witch hunters to cast a wide net and to prosecute even cases where the only, quote, evidence might be that someone kept a cat in the house or attempted to contact the dead, etc., even if no murder or any harm had occurred. Under King James, the early 17th century became the peak of witch hunting fervor in England. Not that James personally attended many trials. He did attend at least one in 1605, and reportedly examined a witch personally in 1616, but his reign certainly set the tone. English demonologists and preachers in this period also produced works echoing the king's beliefs. For example, the renowned Cambridge theologian William Perkins published, quote, a discourse of the damned art of witchcraft posthumously in 1608, arguing vigorously that witchcraft was real, and that it was the duty of all Christian magistrates to seek out and prosecute witches. Even asserted that a witch could be convicted on circumstantial evidence alone if the facts pointed to it strongly enough, reflecting a zeal that threatened the usual caution of English law. Another figure, George Gifford, a Puritan minister, took a slightly more nuanced stance in the 1590s, warning that too much credulity could lead to innocent people being condemned. But even he did not doubt that witches existed, and that they had to be rooted out. Overall, among the educated classes, there was a broad consensus that witchcraft posed a genuine spiritual and social threat. But what did that really mean on the ground? The period from roughly 1604 to 1625, James's reign, that is, was seeing some of the most famous witch trials in history. Early on, in 1605, there were notable trials in Northamptonshire, where several women were hanged as witches. This case was written up in a pamphlet called The Witches of Northamptonshire. But the most infamous episode came in 1612 in Lancashire and Yorkshire. That year saw the Pendle witch trials, and another trial in nearby Yorkshire. In Pendle, Lancashire, a witch hunt unfolded that gripped the public imagination then and ever since. It began when a peddler, that is a travelling merchant, had a stroke after a teenage girl, Alison Devis, allegedly cursed him for refusing her alms. The incident spiraled. Authorities began investigating the Devis family and their rivals. Another family, headed by an old woman nicknamed Chattox, was thrown into the mix. Accusations flew of mysterious deaths, of clay figures used to curse people, and coven meetings on Pendle Hill, and by the end, 12 people were charged with witchcraft in the Pendle case, an unusually large number. One died in jail. One was acquitted. But 10 of them were found guilty, and they all got executed. But what is the real extraordinary thing is that among the chief accusers was a 9-year-old girl, Janet Devis, who calmly testified against her own mother, her own brother and neighbors, claiming she had seen them all sneak out at night and go to a witch's sabbath. The court took the evidence quite seriously, something that even at the time made some uncomfortable, as children were not usually reliable witnesses. The Pendle trials, thanks to a detailed official account published by the court clerk Thomas Potts, became legend. They show how witch hunting could tear apart families and communities. Feuds between rival clans, the Devises and Chattoxes, played a role. Local folk magic, both families were said to practice healing charms, was suddenly reinterpreted as satanic. Pendle also underscored the gender aspect too. The key figures were mostly women, especially older matriarchs. The two supposed ringleaders were Old Demdike and Old Chattox, around 80 years old, who were portrayed as archetypal crones. These old, poor women had for years made a meager living through begging and folk healing. When a few deaths and illnesses occurred, pent-up suspicions exploded. The tragic result that's for sure. Pott's report treated the convictions as entirely justified, praising God that such a nest of witches was finally dug up and destroyed. And to the authorities, it claimed that even rural areas of England hid cohorts of devil worshippers, and that Satan was lurking in every corner. Another case, 1612, occurred at York and involved a supposed coven led by a witch named Janet Preston, who was executed. King James himself showed interest in these cases. There's evidence that he personally reviewed some of the trial details when reports were sent to London. In 1616, James attended the trial of a supposed 11-year-old possessed boy in Leicester who was identifying witches. Initially, witches were condemned, but James suspected the boy was a fraud and exposed him, leading to the pardoning of those accused. What, were you expecting everyone to die again? It doesn't always go like that. This incident suggests that James, while a believer, was also keen to ensure that accusations were not based on lies. He wanted to find real witches, not just randomly hang and burn people. And it's an interesting pivot. By the later part of his reign, King James became somewhat more skeptical of sensational cases, especially after being tricked once or twice by false accusations. According to one account by the historian Reginald Scott, James eventually admitted that some witch hunts were getting out of hand with forged possessions, and he reportedly said that he had, quote, receded from what he had written in his demonology, growing more diffident about certain claims. This moderating influence, however, came only after many had already been executed, so, especially under the laws he championed, I suppose it's better late than never. Well, by the 1620s, one can detect a slight tempering of witch fervor among the upper echelons. There were still trials. For example, another large witchcraft panic occurred in 1634 in Lancashire, sparked by a 10-year-old boy named Edmund Robinson, who claimed to have stumbled upon a witches' gathering. Dozens were arrested, and some confessed incredible stories. They allegedly said that witches could transform into animals and feast on flesh. But when this case was referred to London for review, the Privy Council under King Charles I grew doubtful, and the boy eventually admitted that he made the whole thing up for attention. Most of the accused were released. Unfortunately, we don't really know what happened to the boy, but I can imagine he was not popular after this. This Pendle swindle, as it was called, of 1634, is quite important, because it shows that the increased skepticism from authorities about mass accusations and spectral evidence was around well before the formal end of the trials. It foreshadowed a shift, but that shift would be disrupted by the chaos England was about to enter. And if you know anything about the reign of Charles I, you know what I'm talking about. The Civil War. If the reign of James I saw the height of official witch-hunting zeal, the 1640s took it to a fever pitch among the general populace. You see, England was embroiled in the Civil War from 1642 to 1651 between king and parliament. Its conflict brought great social upheaval. Law and order strained, communities destabilized, and a fervent Puritanism grew strong in parliament-controlled areas. Amid all the turmoil, emerges one of the most notorious witch hunters in history, Matthew Hopkins. He styled himself, or was later dubbed, the Witch-Finder General. From 1644 to 47, Hopkins and his associate John Stern conducted aggressive witch hunting, primarily in eastern England, so we're talking Suffolk, Norfolk, Essex, and Cambridgeshire. This was effectively England's witch hunt panic, akin to what happened in parts of Germany or France earlier, but compressed into just a few years. Hopkins was a young gentleman in his 20s from Manningtree, Essex, who claimed to have uncovered a coven of witches meeting near his house. According to his account, he overheard witches talking to their spirits and swiftly took it upon himself to inform the authorities and assist in bringing them to justice. By 1645, with the Civil War raging, Hopkins and Stern found receptive audiences for their services. Local Puritan magistrates, feeling threatened by both external war and internal devilry, welcomed someone who professed expertise in solving their spiritual problems. So Hopkins travelled from town to town, offering to investigate witchcraft cases. For a fee, of course, because if you're good at something, don't do it for free. The fact that he was paid, and sometimes quite handsomely by town councils for each witch that was found, raised a few eyebrows, even among contemporaries and certainly later critics. It suggested a mercenary motive entwined with this supposed holy mission, and, well, in our modern thought, it looks pretty obvious what he was doing. But this wasn't the real controversy. The real controversy were his methods. Now, as we mentioned, English law did not officially allow torture to extract confessions. But guess what? Hopkins used techniques that were essentially torture, in all but name. He would subject suspects to endless hours of interrogation and sleep deprivation, euphemistically called watching. Suspected witches would be kept awake for days, forced to walk or sit on a hard surface and constantly questioned. The idea was that a witch's familiar spirit would come to them if they fell asleep, or so preventing sleep would force the witch to eventually summon it, or at least to confess out of sheer exhaustion. Or you'd think that they would want them to go to sleep, and then watch them from a distance, and then see if the familiar would come, right? But perhaps they knew that no familiar was going to come. Well, another method was the infamous swimming test, which sounds even worse than an actual swimming test. This was based on folklore. Since witches had renounced their baptism, water, the medium of baptism, would simply reject them. Hopkins' team would tie the accused hands and feet, often the right thumb to the left toe, and lower them into a pond or moat on a rope. Well, if the person floated, this was taken as a sign of guilt. The water had cast her out. But if she sank, she was presumably innocent, though too much innocence in this test could lead to drowning if not pulled up in time. But then again, it was a cruel paradox, because although Hopkins later denied using the swimming test frequently, and one Anglican clergy, indeed the able divines, condemned it, it was certainly used on some occasions. Many women reportedly floated, possibly due to their clothing trapping air or just simple physics of the human body, and thus were branded witches. But let's say that there was an accident, and those women who were sinking were not rescued in time. Or simply the witch-finder general was waiting at the shore saying, "Don't worry, she'll float in a minute." Well, when she didn't, all's well that ends well, because the innocent get to go to heaven. But Hopkins also relied on physical examination for the devil's mark. Midwives, or search women, they were called, would be appointed to inspect the accused's body for any strange mole, birthmark, or an insensitive patch of skin. There could be a hidden nipple for a suckling of a familiar. Such marks, of course, can be found on virtually anyone if you look hard enough, and perhaps imaginatively enough. A mole or wart could be interpreted as the witch's teat. There are accounts that if prickers, as they were called, wanted to prove a spot insensible, they sometimes used trick knives with retractable blades, so a person wouldn't feel the prick because the blade never actually pierced, making it seem like a devil's mark that doesn't bleed or hurt. Hopkins was essentially professionalizing witch hunting as an industry beyond what had been done before in England. A pioneer, I suppose. Of course, the results were staggering. In Essex, Sussex, Norfolk, and surrounding areas, scores of people were getting the rope in 1645 to 1647, all due to Hopkins' crusade, pocketing a little bit of coin for each one. For perspective, more people were hanged for witchcraft in those 2 to 3 years than the entire previous century of English history. Exact numbers debated, but estimates range from at least 100 to perhaps 200 executions were solely attributed to Hopkins and his followers' activities. In fact, on a single day in 1645, 19 witches were hanged at Chelmsford, a grim record for England. Most of Hopkins' victims fit the usual profile: old women. But some were unusual. Men were accused too, including clergymen. One famous victim was John Lowes, an elderly vicar in Suffolk, who had a reputation for being, well, quarrelsome. Hopkins swam him, found a supposed mark, forced a confession. The poor vicar, after days of torment, admitted to everything from sinking ships by witchcraft to having imps named Tiffany and Vinegar Tom. And Lowes was executed. The inclusion of a man of the cloth among the victims certainly shows how indiscriminate the panic had become. Anyone could fall under suspicion if there were grudges or odd behavior to point to. But what drove all the sudden ferocity? The Civil War context is the key. You see, with the king and the law distracted by all the chaos, local communities felt they had to take matters into their own hands. Puritan preachers linked the turmoil of the times to apocalyptic battles between God and Satan. What better evidence of devil's work than witches in their very midst? Also, the war displeased many people and caused economic hardship. This kind of stress often correlates with spikes in witch accusations, as people seek someone to blame for the suffering, whether that be disease, loss, or just general anxiety. Hopkins' campaigns often followed in the wake of parliamentary armies, or in areas that were strongly parliamentarian. One could speculate that witch hunting also served as a way to enforce Puritan moral codes in the communities, purging the, quote, undesirable elements under the guise of battling the devil. Hopkins, notably, cast himself as doing God's work to rid the lands of a horrible sect of witches. He even wrote and published a defense of his actions. In 1647, criticism was rising, and he knew it. He issued a pamphlet titled The Discovery of Witches, borrowing the title from Scott's old work, but opposite in intent. Hopkins answered questions from doubters in it. One objection was that only a witch could catch a witch, implying Hopkins must be in league with the devil to know so much. Basically, takes one to know one. Hopkins cleverly retorted with scripture. If Satan be divided against himself, how shall his kingdom stand? He insisted his knowledge came from experience and diligent inquiry, not from any dark alliance. He also downplayed the more unsavory methods, claiming perhaps disingenuously that he had left the swimming test because authorities had frowned upon it. Well, the work reveals a man both zealously convinced of his mission and defensive about his reputation. He was, after all, encountering pushback. People didn't like him showing up and just killing everybody. Some villagers began to resent the expenses of the trials and the flimsy evidence used, especially when they got the bill at the end. And some in authority were uneasy about how far things had gone. And so, by late 1646, the backlash had truly begun. Now, when we speak of the backlash, immediately we think of one brave Puritan minister, that is John Gall of Great Staughton, who preached and wrote against the excesses of the witch-finder. And it's gutsy to go up against the witch-finder, that's for sure. His 1646 book, Select Cases of Conscience Touching Witches and Witchcraft, cautioned magistrates not to trust every accusation or use unlawful means. He pointedly criticized employing common superstitions to catch witches, basically a jab at Hopkins' methods. Gall noted that many poor creatures, as he put them, were being condemned on dubious grounds. This, along with the complaints from some towns about Hopkins' fees and a sense that innocent people had died, led to a full investigation. Legend has it that Hopkins himself was subject to a swimming test in Norfolk by skeptical officials fed up with him, though the story might be apocryphal. But you kind of hope that it is true. What we do know is that by 1647, the witchfinder's momentum was well and truly broken. Get a real job, Matthew. Well, he didn't have time to get a real job because he died in that very same year. Neither did he have time to face justice. Tuberculosis got him. Though there is one fanciful tale later that claims that the witches got their revenge and he died of being accused himself, but there's no real evidence to support that. With his death and the end of the war in sight, the brief but intense witch panic had subsided. It had burned twice as bright, but only for half as long. Now, the Hopkins episode is both the high water mark and the beginning of the end for the English witch trials, certainly leaving a bitter aftertaste. It showed how under extreme conditions, even England could fall prey to mass witch hunts with all the brutality and hysteria seen in Europe's worst years. Something of a bygone era, suddenly coming out again. But it also provoked an intellectual and public recoil. People saw how easily justice could be perverted. The idea of an itinerant witch-finder, well, that fell into disgrace. Notably, no one ever tried to replicate Hopkins' role in England after that. He was the first and the last professional witch-finder of that kind in the country. And, well, we're all better off without him. And here we reach the decline. With the restoration of the monarchy in 1660, that is, King Charles II, there was a significant shift in the attitudes towards witchcraft among the elites. The mid-17th century's trauma, with the Civil War, the fanaticism, witchfinder abuses, certainly left a sour taste regarding persecution. People yearned for peaceful times. They were sick of all the blood. The Restoration era brought a more scientific and skeptical temper to England's educated circles. It was more about science than it was religion now. The Royal Society was founded in 1660, and natural philosophy, that is, early science, encouraged looking for rational explanations for phenomena that might previously have been called magic. Enlightenment ideas were budding. But that doesn't mean belief in witches vanished overnight among the common folk. Far from it. Rural belief in harmful magic, maleficium, and the devil's mischief persisted strongly. But the local authorities, judges, magistrates, even clergy, they were all growing increasingly weary of witch trials. In the decades after 1660, trials in England became fewer and tended to result in acquittals or dismissals rather than, well, executions or even imprisonments. Nonetheless, a few notable cases show that old fear still flared at times. In 1662, two elderly women, Amy Dooney and Rose Cullender, were tried in Bury St. Edmunds in Suffolk for bewitching several children of a local family. You see, the children were having fits, vomiting pins, etc., classic symptoms of supposed bewitchment. This trial is famous, partly because of who oversaw it. Sir Matthew Hale was one of England's most respected jurists who happened to be a devout and conservative man. Despite the somewhat dubious evidence, much of it resting on the testimony of young children and the discovery of some molded, quote, witch cakes. I wonder how they taste. Well, Hale believed that the children's afflictions were genuine, and that only witches could be responsible. So, he instructed the jury that witchcraft was indeed real, quoting the Bible for authority. You certainly wouldn't be quoting Malleus Malleficarum or Matthew Hopkins' book in those times. Well, notably, a then young scientist present, Thomas Brown, physician and author, suggested that the fits might be natural impostures, that is, illness or fakery even, but he also entertained that the devil could act through witches. But in the end, science could not save them. Dooney and Cullender were found guilty and executed. The case was later written about by clergyman Joseph Glanville, who used it in his 1681 book to argue against skeptics. The Bury St. Edmunds trial thus stands out as the last instance where multiple people were executed in a classic witch trial in England with the full support of eminent officials. After the 1660s, executions for witchcraft began to dwindle. One often cited last execution was that of Temperance Lloyd, who, along with two other women, Mary Trembles and Susanna Edwards, was hanged at Exeter in 1682, convicted of causing illness and death by sorcery in their Devon community. Interestingly, their trial caused some controversy in London. By the 1680s, educated opinion in the capital was increasingly skeptical, and some pamphleteers openly doubted the evidence that had condemned the Devon women. Nonetheless, fear among local people had been enough to bring about the convictions. But we should acknowledge, too, that Scotland, though I won't go too deeply into it being outside of England, continued executing witches up to 1727, the fervour lasting quite a bit longer than England's. Well, this is likely due to differing legal procedures in a more intense Presbyterian religious context. But in England, no one was executed for witchcraft after 1682. But executions stopped. That is not to say that trials stopped right away. isolated accusations popped up into the 18th century. A final notable trial in England occurred in 1712 in the village of Walken, Hertfordshire, where a woman named Jane Wenham was accused of bewitching her neighbours. But by this time, accusations had become quite scarce, so the case got quite a lot of attention. Locals claimed that she could fly. One man saw her gliding through the air, and that she had cursed people to sickness. Jane Wenham was actually known in the area. Interestingly, she had a reputation for piety, but also a quarrelsome nature. Once again, there is that word, quarrelsome, making too many enemies. After a dispute, someone had labelled her a witch, and the rumour mill took off. After all, it's a small town. She was brought to trial, and a jury convicted her of witchcraft. However, the judge in 1712, Sir John Powell, was sceptical of the evidence. He famously quipped, when told that Wenham had been seen flying, that there was no law against flying, which, he's right. It's quite funny, but yes, he's correct. Though bound by the jury's guilty verdict, Powell used legal maneuvers to delay and effectively ensure Wenham was not executed. Instead, she was given a royal pardon by none other than Queen Anne, and released. The outcome, a conviction overturned by pardon, illustrates how in the 18th century a higher authority in England was strongly inclined to mercy or doubt in witch cases. Educated society increasingly viewed the trials as embarrassing relics of a superstitious past that no one wanted to go back to. And so, Jane Wenham lived many more years under the protection of a sympathetic Whig gentleman. She's often called the last witch of England. Now, the final chapter in English witchcraft legislation came in 1735, when Parliament passed a new Witchcraft Act, but this one was very different in spirit from the earlier laws. The Witchcraft Act of 1735 essentially declared that witchcraft was not real, and that claiming to have magical powers was fraudulent. The law repealed the Elizabethan and Jacobean witchcraft statutes. From 1735 onward, you could no longer be prosecuted for practicing witchcraft. You could be punished for pretending to practice it, effectively branding all professed witches, fortune tellers, conjurers, as con artists. Well, under this act, penalties were relatively mild. The worst you'd get was up to a year in prison, but you'd mainly just get a fine. And of course, no one was going to get executed. The 1735 Act marks the legal end of the witchcraft era, and it reflects the triumph of the Enlightenment view that what people used to call witchcraft was either trickery or imagination, and the proper targets of law were not supernatural minions of the devil, but those who exploited the credulity of others. And here's something telling. One of the motivations for the new law was the persistence of fortune tellers and folk healers taking advantage of ignorant people. The law wanted to snuff out any remaining superstition by saying, in effect, if someone claims to be a witch or a wizard, we'll punish them, not because they are a witch or a wizard, but because they deceive the public by claiming to have supernatural powers. You remember that show, Crossing Over, with John Edwards? Remember that one? Yeah, it just came into my head then. That was interesting, that show. Well, it's also key to note that a change in mindset was brought about God and Satan in general. Enlightenment age clergymen tended to think that God's universe ran on natural laws, while the devil was theologically real, but he was not around every corner, making pacts with potato farmers and other peasants. He must have better things to do. The idea of a great witch conspiracy began to seem implausible, and even quite absurd to the educated elite, which has moved into the realm of folklore and fairy tales in educated discourse, and eventually into children's books. By the 1720s, one might read about witches in a chapbook as entertaining stories, but not as pressing legal threats. Of course, common attitudes lagged behind the elite attitudes, and that's quite hard to measure. English peasants in remote villages might still mutter about the wise woman who could cure or curse. Stay away from the old woman's house, or she's going to put a hex on you, things like this. But without the backing of local authorities, the suspicions didn't usually do much rather than sour friendships and make people seem weird. People who felt victimized by witchcraft might instead turn to cunning folk for counter magic, or simply avoid the suspected neighbor, rather than call the constable for help. And so, in a way, the end of the witch trials didn't mean the immediate end of witch beliefs. I mean, they're certainly still around, that's for sure. But the belief was gradually relegated to the margins of credibility. Well, how do we sum it all up? I suppose that the witch trials in England runs the gamut from medieval neglect to early modern frenzy, and finally, enlightened disavowal. In those medieval times, witchcraft occupied a low priority, acknowledged in theory but seldom prosecuted. Magic was part of the fabric of life, mostly handled by church confessions or local healers, never seen as an existential threat. But then under the Tudors, witchcraft came into a sharp focus. New laws, a new climate of religious and social change. And in the late 16th and 17th centuries, see England joining the broader European witch craze, albeit less intensely than some countries. Lawmakers like Henry VIII and James I made the courts an arena for fighting supposed sorcery. Religious leaders linked witchcraft with heresy and devil worship, and society's ills were increasingly laid at the feet of maleficent neighbors in league with the devil. Well, all of these episodes, from the Pendle Witches, the Poor Women of Warboys, and that horrible Matthew Hopkins, they showed the witch trials were not just about superstition. They were about power, control, scapegoating, and ultimately organizing the social order. Yet, even as we've seen, England's story is one of emerging skepticism and restraint. Even at the height of the panic, voices of doubt, like the brave Reginald Scott, challenged the persecution. And over time, those voices only grew louder. By the late 17th century, a kind of fatigue and disillusionment had settled in. Educated people saw too many inconsistencies and too many mistakes. Finally, that law in itself, in 1735, symbolically put the nail in the coffin. Parliament essentially said, "We don't believe in witches. We just believe in frauds." From then on, the witch folklore remained as a cultural figure. The legacy of the English trials has been lasting in culture and language. We still use that term witch hunt today to describe a unjust persecution of innocent people. And that's kind of an acknowledgement of the panic that once gripped the reasonable elements of society. It stands as a cautionary tale of how fear can override justice, and how our prejudices can be weaponized when authority gives them credence. And so, it's frightening in recalling how easily a society can turn on its most vulnerable under the spell of superstition and fear. But it's also enlightening in showing us how people eventually questioned and curtailed that fear, learning to seek natural explanations and demand fair evidence. A deeply human story. Fear, faith, cruelty, compassion. Well, I think we take from it not just dates and laws, but lessons about the importance of due process and the dangers of scapegoating. Perhaps next time you hear the word witch in a fairy tale or Halloween, you'll remember those very real victims behind the word who suffered in a very real historical drama that ultimately helped society turn toward greater justice and rationality. And perhaps you take a little comfort that no matter how bad things get, the pendulum always seems to swing. And one day, people eventually get justice. Let's just hope we don't have too many victims along the way. Winter, 1692. A strange and terrifying scene unfolded in the small Puritan community of Salem Village, Massachusetts. A local minister's daughter and niece were seized by an invisible torment. Their bodies writhed in pain, dashed about erratically, and they screamed out bizarre words in a language no one could understand. Neighbors who gathered to pray over the girls were both astonished and fearful, as the children complained of unseen specters biting and pinching at their skin. It was not long after that other women in the village exhibited similar disturbing symptoms, launching objects across rooms and speaking in frenzied gibberish. The community was baffled. What kind of malevolent force could be afflicting these youngsters? The answer reached by the villagers would eventually plunge Salem into a nightmare. Witchcraft. Welcome, everybody. Good to meet anybody new coming here. If you have not yet clicked that subscribe button, I invite you to do so if you feel the need to. And the like button and leaving a comment certainly helps grease the wheels of the algorithm, so I do appreciate that. The video is kindly ad-free for its entire duration. Thank you to the kind contributions of those on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who were kind enough to check out the merch store. Now, all that being said and introductions out of the way, you certainly know what you're here for. Over the next hour, we'll spend our time together, and I believe by the end you'll have quite a grasp on what happened in this time period, without all the pageantry and fluffiness. So let's get straight to the facts. And the fact of the matter is this. To really understand the witch trials, you must first have a grasp of the Puritan worldview. They lived in a religious society that saw everyday life through a biblical lens. Everything came back to the book, and the Bible's injunction, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," was taken quite literally. In fact, the Massachusetts legal code made witchcraft a capital crime. The Puritans firmly believed that Satan and his demons were real entities lurking around in the wilderness, ever watching and always plotting how they were going to infiltrate those God-loving communities. They were a people of God, settled in those which were once the devil's territories. In other words, having carved a pious colony out of the rugged North American wilderness, they expected spiritual attacks. Any inexplicable misfortune, a crop failing, a cow falling ill, a child's mysterious illness, they might easily attribute it to the devil's malice, or perhaps the secret work of witches in league with him. In Puritan theology, a witch was not a folk healer or a fortune teller, but rather someone believed to have been deliberately entered into a covenant with Satan, often signing the devil's book or renouncing God's covenant. In exchange for this treasonous act, the devil would grant the witch the ability to harm neighbors through supernatural means. Witchcraft was therefore both a terrible sin and a form of treason against the spiritual community. It invites the entire village to attack. Well, the people of Massachusetts had seen a few cases of witchcraft before 1692. For instance, there was one case in Boston in 1688 that involved afflicted children and an Irish washerwoman named Goody Glover, who was executed as a witch after Cotton Mather investigated her case. Such episodes reinforce the belief that the invisible world of demons was constantly at war with the visible world of the faithful. Mather wrote in 1693, and we will be using him quite a lot as a reference during this, that no reasonable person could doubt the existence of witches and evil spirits, warning that to disbelieve the devil was worse than diabolical. Thus, on the eve of the Salem outbreak, the community was primed to view any strange affliction or calamity as possible evidence of witchcraft and the devil's handiwork playing out right in front of them. But the witchcraft accusations did not come out of nowhere. They tended to appear in times of crisis or stress. Salem Village in 1692 was a community under multiple pressures, which made it fertile ground for a witchcraft panic. So before getting into all of that and the particular events of that year, let's sketch out the social and political backdrop that sets the stage. What was Salem like at the time? Salem Village, today Danvers, Massachusetts, was a small agrarian community about 5 miles inland from the bustling port of Salem town. By 1792, the village had been experiencing, bitter internal divisions. You see, the problem was for years residents were quarreling over land boundaries, road building, and of course the choice of minister. The village had finally gained the right to have its own congregation separate from Salem town, but consensus on ministers, well, that was hard to come by. In the late 1680s, the villagers hired Reverend Samuel Parris as their pastor, a Harvard-educated former merchant with a fire and brimstone preaching style. I suppose that was the style at the time. Parris proved to be quite polarizing. Some families, like the powerful Putnam family, supported him, while others resented his rigid demands for better salary and free firewood. Factional lines formed between the minister's supporters and opponents, and that fueled distrust among neighbors. This local discord was compounded by a more broad crisis. New England had recently been through a turbulent political upheaval. The colonial charter was revoked in 1684, and a new royally appointed government was established in 1692, which left communities in uncertainty. Furthermore, war on the frontier was raging. Settlers in Massachusetts faced attacks from French-allied Native Americans during King William's War, that is from 1689 to 97. Salem Village was home to refugees from northern towns devastated by these raids, bringing harrowing stories of massacres and war crimes. For instance, a young servant named Mercy Lewis had escaped an Indian attack in Maine that killed her parents, and she now lived in Salem village, understandably quite traumatized by the experience. Well, it can be argued that the frontier war's orphans and refugees like Mercy carried psychological scars that primed them to see the devil's hand in New England's woes. Perhaps. Either way, such conditions created an atmosphere of intense anxiety. Threats to the community's safety and soul seemed to loom everywhere, be it Catholic French or heathen natives on the frontier, or just the devil himself and his presumed agents, and they could be in the room next to you. Early in 1692, this fearful atmosphere meant that a sudden outbreak of bizarre behavior would not be met with calm reason, but with a dread and readiness to find the quickest scapegoat available. In January 1692, the minister Samuel Parris's household became the unlikely epicenter of a bizarre movement. Parris's 9-year-old daughter, Betty Parris, and 11-year-old niece Abigail Williams began to experience mysterious fits. According to witnesses, the girls would scream out blasphemy, contort their bodies into impossible positions, cower under chairs or behind furniture, and complain of being pricked and pinched. Well, the local physician really had no idea what to do. He couldn't explain these symptoms, and he allegedly concluded that the girls were suffering from the, quote, evil hand, i.e., witchcraft affliction. Weeks went by. Other girls and young women in Salem village exhibited similar symptoms. 12-year-old Anne Putnam, Jr., the daughter of Parris's chief supporter, Thomas Putnam, reported frightful apparitions. Soon, Mercy Lewis, Mary Walcott, Elizabeth Hubbard, and a few others had joined this group of afflicted girls, all suffering bouts of torment. The community was alarmed and puzzled. The prevailing question was clear. If this was witchcraft, which they had already decided, who was the cause of these torments? Under increasing pressure from the adults, the afflicted girls eventually began to name individuals that they believed were bewitching them. In late February 1692, the finger was pointed at 3 women, the easiest targets in the community: Tituba, Sarah Good, and Sarah Osborne. Now, Tituba was the enslaved housekeeper in the Parris household, of Caribbean or African origin, and she was known to tell stories of magic to the girls. Sarah Good, she was a destitute, pregnant mother who begged door to door, but was still despised for her sharp tongue and disheveled appearance. As for Sarah Osborne, she was an elderly, sickly woman who had scandalized neighbors by not attending church regularly and by pursuing her own economic interests, that is, trying to control her late husband's estate rather than cede it to her sons. These 3 women, a Caribbean slave, a beggar, and a quarrelsome old lady, fit the mold of the usual suspects for witchcraft in the eyes of the villagers. And so, on February 29th, warrants were issued for their arrest. The initial interrogation of Tituba, Good, and Osborne in March 1692 marks the formal beginning of the Salem witch crisis. The accused were brought before local magistrates, John Hawthorne and Jonathan Corwin, at the Salem village meeting house, while the afflicted girls sat among the crowd. From the outset, the proceedings were charged and chaotic. As soon as the examination of Sarah Good began on March the 1st, the young accusers fell into fits in the meeting-house, crying out that the spectres of the accused were tormenting them right there and then. Magistrate Hawthorne questioned Good. "Why do you hurt these children?" And Good steadfastly replied, "I do not hurt them. I scorn it. I am falsely accused." She maintained her innocence, and even dared to chastise her accusers as liars, which only further convinced authorities of her wickedness. Sarah Osborne also denied all charges, befuddled by the wild and confusing claims against her. But Tituba, she responded quite differently. She actually confessed. And this is where it's interesting, because it was Tituba's confession that was really the bombshell that accelerated the witch hunt. Now, whether it was out of fear, coercion, or just a shrewd instinct for survival, Tituba told the magistrates a vivid story, and it confirmed everybody's worst suspicions. She claimed that a dark man, i.e., the devil, had come to her, shown her a devil's book with several names in it, and compelled her to sign it and serve him. She spoke of seeing spectral creatures, a great black dog, a red cat, a yellow bird, and a hog, of witches flying through the air on sticks. Importantly, she said that she was not alone in the devil's service. There were others in the community. She described a conspiracy of witches, some of whom she named or described quite obliquely, who were afflicting the girls and plotting further evil. Now this confession lent official credence to the reality of witches in Salem, but it also meant that no one felt safe. If multiple witches were on the loose, then anyone might be a target, and anyone might be a culprit. And so, in the wake of Tituba's testimony, the magistrates began issuing more arrest warrants. Salem braced itself as the witchcraft accusations spread beyond the initial 3 women. The early phase of the crisis had mainly ensnared society's marginals, but March of 1692 saw the circle of accusations widen to include the more upstanding and normal community members. One of the next accused was Martha Corey, a farmer's wife and full church member in Salem Village. Martha Corey had publicly expressed skepticism about the girls' claims, remarking that they might just be making the whole thing up. In response, the afflicted girls, including Ann Putnam Jr., accused Martha of bewitching them herself. Her examination on the 21st of March became a spectacle. Whenever she moved or spoke, the girls would fall into convulsions, as if puppeted by Martha's glance. Observers reported that if Martha Corey merely cast her eyes upon the girls, they would be struck down or bitten, displaying small bite marks on their arms. Such performances convinced the magistrates that Corey was indeed a witch with deadly power, and if a reputable churchgoer like her could be a witch, it seemed that anyone could. And so, by late March, the infection of the accusations leapt from Salem Village to neighboring communities. In the town of Topsfield, the unthinkable happened. Rebecca Nurse, a 70-year-old matriarch known for her piety and kindness, was accused of witchcraft. Shocked villagers signed petitions vouching for her character, but the momentum of suspicion was simply too strong. Ann Putnam Jr., among others, claimed Nurse's spectre appeared and harmed them, and even Nurse's sister, Sarah Cloyce, fell under suspicion after she stormed out of a sermon that condemned witchcraft, which was probably not a good way to make yourself not look like a witch, but hey, maybe she was just busy doing something else. Of course, more arrests followed. By the end of April 1692, around 24 people had already been accused and jailed, and that includes Dorothy Good, Sarah Good's 4-year-old daughter. The case of little Dorothy Good illustrated just how far the hysteria had gone. The child, 4 years old, was interrogated and even accused of biting the accusers with her tiny teeth. She, too, was sent to prison. A toddler in chains. Believe it or not. Well, it seemed that no one was beyond the reach of suspicion. At this stage, and you could probably imagine that the social fabric of Salem village was tearing itself apart. Long-standing grudges and local feuds bubbled up through the accusations. The Putnam family and their allies were prominent accusers, and many of those they had accused had been at odds with them over property or church matters. For example, the Putnams had engaged in land disputes with the family of Rebecca Nurse, and they had resentment towards other neighbors too. Well, historian Paul Boyer and Stephen Nissenbaum in Salem Possessed from 1974 famously mapped the villagers' accusations along factional lines, suggesting that the witch hunt provided an outlet for the old resentments in a community split between the Putnam faction and the rival Porter faction, one being more agrarian and traditional and pro-Paris, the other more mercantile, worldly, and anti-Paris. While interpersonal conflicts do not fully explain the trials, these divisions created an environment where accusations might flourish as expressions of panic or spite. Fear and opportunity combined. Afflicted accusers sometimes targeted those whose downfall would benefit them or their family. As the number of accused witches mounted, neighbors began to eye each other with a bit of terror. Hysteria took hold in the truest sense. People genuinely believed the devil was in their midst, and that anyone could be bewitched or be a witch themselves. It was not only the usual suspects or the socially marginal that found themselves accused. Criticism of the proceedings itself became risky. John Proctor, a well-respected farmer, was gutsy enough to openly voice the opinion that the afflicted girls were either deluded, mad, or just lying. He even threatened to whip the nonsense out of his servant Mary Warren when she started having fits. Soon, John Proctor and his pregnant wife Elizabeth Proctor were, surprise, surprise, accused of witchcraft. Mary Warren briefly recanted her accusations, admitting that the girls had been feigning some of the afflictions. She said the accusers, quote, did but dissemble, but under the intense pressure she reversed herself again and rejoined the accusers. Dissent against the trials was effectively silenced, as those who spoke up could be suspected of being in league with the devil, and that gets you locked up, or worse. And so by May of 1692, the jails in Salem town and surrounding areas were overflowing with accused witches. Over 100 people from Salem village, Salem town, and other towns like Andover, Topsfield, Ipswich, Billerica had been caught up in this dragnet. The village meeting house had been the scene of inflammatory preliminary hearings, but now the legal process was about to intensify. The colony's new governor decided that these cases of witchcraft must be brought to proper trial. In May 1692, Governor William Phips arrived in Massachusetts Bay Colony with a new charter and authority. Finding the province in the grip of a witchcraft panic, not the best of welcomes, Phips swiftly established a special court to handle the trials of accused witches. This was the Court of Oyer and Termine, meaning to hear and determine, formed specifically for Essex County's witchcraft cases. He appointed as chief judge his lieutenant governor, William Stoughton, a zealous and unquestioning believer in witchcraft. Joining Stoughton were local magistrates and officials, including John Hawthorne and Jonathan Corwin, who had led the initial examinations, and others like Samuel Sewell, Peter Sargent, and Bartholomew Gedney. These men had the now daunting task of sorting through the thicket of accusations to determine who, if anyone, was truly guilty. Of course, one of the biggest issues the court faced was what kind of evidence was admissible and credible in a crime as invisible as witchcraft. The trials turned heavily on spectral evidence, testimony that the accuser person's spirit or spectre was seen doing harm, basically independent of their physical body. The afflicted girls insisted that they could see the spectres of witches tormenting them or others. Now, normally the English law required concrete evidence or eyewitnesses to an observable act, but what the Salem accusers offered were invisible proofs. Just he said, she said kind of thing. So many Puritan clergymen and jurists were uneasy about this situation. Could the devil impersonate an innocent person? If so, a victim might see the spectre of an innocent neighbor and be deceived. But influential voices argued that the devil could not take the form of a righteous person without that person's permission. Thus, if a spectre resembling somebody was afflicting the girls, that someone must be a witch who had to allow Satan to use their form. Reverend Deodat Lawson's sermon in Salem that March had reinforced this idea, asserting that the devil, only with a witch's consent, quote, will use their bodies and minds, shapes and representations, to affright and afflict others at his pleasure. Of course, this made the reasoning behind spectral sightings considered as evidence, and quite damning evidence at that. Now, the Court of Oyer and Termine chose to accept spectral evidence as part of the prosecution. This decision only made things worse, fanning the flames of the hunt, since the afflicted could now effectively prove a charge by just saying, I see the apparition of so-and-so trying to stab me right now. And that was good enough evidence. So besides the spectral evidence, there were other types of evidence used against the accused. These included the so-called witch marks, unusual blemishes or growths on the body that were usually insensitive to touch, thought to actually be teats for the suckling demonic familiars. Examiners humiliated suspects with full-body searches for any mole or birthmark that could be interpreted as one left behind by the devil. The testimony of confessed witches was also used. Those who confessed to being witches sometimes named others as accomplices, and such accusations were, of course, eagerly followed up. Additionally, past incidences were dredged up as evidence of a suspect's witchcraft. If years before someone's neighbor's ox died after a quarrel, or a child got ill when the suspect cast a sidelong glance. These stories were retold in court to establish this pattern of maleficium, or harmful magic. Well, a particular dramatic form of spectral test was the so-called touch test. An afflicted person in the throes of a fit would suddenly go calm when touched by the accused witch. This was seen as proof that the accused was drawing back her spectre or evil influence. Such tests of dubious logic were nonetheless performed and taken seriously by magistrates. The trials also featured absurd episodes that revealed the bias in favor of the accusers. For example, during Sarah Good's examination, one of the afflicted claimed Good had stabbed her with a knife and produced a broken blade tip to prove it. But a young man in the crowd interrupted to explain that he had broken that very knife the day before, and the girl had witnessed it. Well, you'd think that they would punish the girl for faking evidence. But no, far from doing that, Judge Hawthorne simply told her to stick to the truth from now on, and encouraged her to continue with her testimony. No harm done. Well, such incidents certainly show the court had largely made up its mind already that witches were tormenting the community. Rather than searching for truth, they were just searching for confirmation of their own narrative. Some contemporaries were, of course, deeply troubled by the court's evidentiary standards. Increase Mather, the president of Harvard College and the father of Cotton Mather, wrote a treatise in late 1692 titled Cases of Conscience Concerning Evil Spirits. In this work, he warned that a reliance on spectral evidence was not only unjust but dangerous. He writes in the work, "It were better that 10 suspected witches should escape than that one innocent person should be condemned." A pretty bold critique, don't you think? Well, it was a bold critique of the trial's approach, coming from a respected Puritan minister nonetheless. Increase Mather and several other Boston clergymen urged the judges to require more substantial proof of witchcraft, such as voluntary confessions or tangible evidence, rather than the contested visions of teenage girls. However, during the peak of the hysteria in mid-1692, these cautionary voices did very little to check the clamor of the court. The judges, especially Stoughton, believed that they were doing God's work by purging the colony of a deadly spiritual threat. With spectral evidence and panic guiding them, they proceeded to convict and condemn. After weeks of preliminary hearings and jailings, the formal trials began in June 1692. The first to be tried by the court was Bridget Bishop, a woman in her 50s from Salem town. Bishop was an easy choice for the first case. Years before, she had been suspected of witchcraft, but never convicted, and she was known for her flamboyant style. She kept a tavern, she wore a bright red bodice, and quarreled often. On June the 2nd, 1692, Bishop's trial took place in Salem. The evidence against her was a mix of spectral claims and anecdotes. Several of the afflicted testified that Bishop's spectre had grievously hurt them, and neighbors recounted strange happenings. For example, like finding these dolls used in witchcraft in her house, and seeing the ghosts of dead people near her, which is not normal. Bishop maintained her innocence, however. The jury, well, they found her guilty. And so, on June 10th, 1692, Bridget Bishop was taken to Gallows Hill in Salem, and as the name applies, she was hanged. That was the first execution of the Salem trials. But Bishop's execution did not do much to satiate the authorities. If anything, it just emboldened them. Through June into July, the court convened multiple sessions. Dozens of accused witches had been waiting in prison, so the trials proceeded rapidly. The court's method was consistent. The afflicted girls would dramatically accuse the prisoner in open court, often mimicking the prisoner's movements as if under her spell, while townspeople gave depositions about past mischiefs. The accused usually had very little effective defense. It was their word against the testimony of seemingly afflicted innocents and respected neighbors. Few lawyers were present. Defense counsel was not a standard right in that era, so most defendants just stood alone. Still, some resisted quite fiercely. Rebecca Nurse maintained her innocence with dignity and drew much public sympathy. In fact, when Nurse was initially tried in late June, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty, unable to reconcile the saintly grandmother with the image of a witch. Upon hearing this unexpected verdict, the afflicted girls erupted in spasms, and the judges expressed dismay. The jury was instructed to reconsider a puzzling remark the nurse had made. She had misheard a question and given an odd response. So under pressure, the jury reversed its decision, and Nurse was declared guilty. Her conviction and death sentence went forward, causing deep unease among many observers who felt that a godly woman was being wronged. July 19th, 1692, Rebecca Nurse was executed by hanging, alongside 4 other women accused of witchcraft: Sarah Good, Susanna Martin, Elizabeth Howe, and Sarah Wilds. A ghastly spectacle. Reverend Nicholas Noyes urged the condemned to confess and save their souls. Sarah Good was defiant to the end. She famously responded, "You're a liar. I'm no more a witch than you are a wizard. If you take my life away, God will give you blood to drink." Her curse was remembered ominously in Salem. Reverend Noyes indeed died of a throat hemorrhage years later, which locals saw as the dark fulfillment of Good's prophecy. But you see, Good, she never confessed. As she stood at the gallows, she maintained her innocence. Her young daughter, Dorothy, remained imprisoned for months, and Good's newborn infant died in the fetid jail before Good was hanged. Personal tragedies. Makes it a bit more human, doesn't it? July was a busy month. Among the executions in July, Susanna Martin of Amesbury stood out for her dry wit, even under persecution. When accused by the hysterical girls of being a witch, she laughed and asked the court, "What ails these people? I have had no hand in witchcraft." This skepticism was not taken in good humor, rather taken as insolence, and she too was sent to the gallows. Elizabeth Howe and Sarah Wilds had been entangled in prior social conflicts. Howe had been accused by neighbors of bewitching a family member years before, and Wilds had a reputation for immodesty and gossip. Well, it all returned to haunt them in court through these old testimonies. Yet none of these women expected that a conviction and execution would actually befall them on such flimsy ground. Well, the witch hunt's momentum continued into August. the court reconvened and now targeted some of the most prominent figures accused. Martha Carrier of Andover, described by Cotton Mather as a, quote, rampant hag who aspired to be the queen of hell, was tried and condemned. Cotton Mather does not seem very keen on her. Well, more shocking to the public, though, was the trial of the Reverend George Burroughs, the former minister of Salem village. You see, Burroughs had been brought back from Maine to face charges that he led the witch conspiracy. Witnesses claimed Burroughs possessed superhuman strength. One story told of him effortlessly carrying a heavy barrel or lifting a musket with a finger, suggesting that the devil aided him, and that he bewitched his past wives to death. The afflicted girls called him the Black Minister, in league with Satan. Burroughs mounted a strong defense, denying all charges and even reciting the Lord's Prayer perfectly on the gallows, something that witches were thought to be incapable of doing. For a moment, the assembled crowd was moved and unsure about his guilt. But Cotton Mather, present on horseback, intervened to remind the onlookers that the devil could masquerade as an angel of light, and that a witch could indeed recite scripture if so permitted. And with that, the execution proceeded. August 19th, 1692, George Burroughs was hanged on Gallows Hill, along with Martha Carrier, John Proctor, John Willard, and George Jacobs Sr. 5 souls, 1 day. John Proctor died after vainly writing letters from jail urging Boston's ministers to intervene. Willard, a former constable who had shown reluctance in arresting suspects, was accused likely out of spite. George Jacobs Sr. was an elderly man, betrayed by the testimony of his own granddaughter. She had been pressured into confessing and accusing others to save herself. The pattern was clear, though. Even high status or prior respectability offered no protection once the machinery of the accusations labeled someone as such. Well, the last round of the trials took place in September of 1692, pushing the death toll even higher. In early September, the court convicted several more individuals of witchcraft, including Martha Corey, that is Giles Corey's wife, Mary Easty, another one of Rebecca Nurse's sisters. Mary Easty had initially been released after her preliminary hearing because the evidence against her was, well, practically, there was no evidence, weak at the best of times. But the afflicted girls protested with renewed fits until she was rearrested. Before her execution, Easty wrote a moving petition to the court, pleading for an end to the mass arrests and cautioning them not to shed any more innocent blood. Well, I don't think they really read too much into that letter. On September 22nd, 1692, 8 convicted witches were taken by cart to the gallows and executed. Martha Corey, Mary Easty, Alice Parker, Mary Parker, Anne Puditor, Wilmot Red, Margaret Scott, and Samuel Wardwell. Now Wardwell, he was a man from Andover who had initially confessed to witchcraft to save himself, but then later recanted. But by then, the court was unsympathetic, and he was condemned largely for daring to retract his own confession. With these final executions, the count of the dead reached 20. 14 women and 6 men had lost their lives. But there is one method that was not yet mentioned, and that is, well, one that remains quite singular in American history, and that is pressing. The pressing of Giles Corey stands as probably one of the most ghastly episodes of the trials. He was an 80-year-old man, the husband of Martha Corey. After Martha's arrest in the spring, Giles himself was accused of witchcraft, partly due to a confession by another accused, and partly because he had made the mistake of speaking out against the legitimacy of the proceedings. By September, he realized that a trial would certainly end in his conviction. Every person who had pleaded innocent up to that point had been found guilty by the court. In an act of stubborn defiance, he refused to enter a plea at his own trial, standing completely silent. According to English law, a defendant who stood mute could not be tried, but the court could administer a gruesome penalty, pressing the person with heavy weights to coerce a plea. Even though this practice was technically against the Massachusetts law code, the Salem judges imposed it. And so Giles Corey was stripped naked, and heavy stones or iron weights were piled on him as he lay in a pit next to Salem jail. He endured this torture for 2 days. When urged to relent and enter a plea, the old man only gasped out, "More weight." Those were said to be his last words. He was literally crushed to death, September 19th, 1692, chest broken through. So brutal was this scene that it helped turn public opinion against the trials. Many in the community were, frankly, horrified that such an execution was carried out. Giles Corey's defiance also resonated through history as a symbol of principled resistance to unjust authority. One of the unsung heroes, I suppose. More weight. Autumn, 1692. Finally, the frenzy in Salem began to abate. A combination of factors brought the trials to a halt. For one, the pool of new accusations was drying up, and some of the afflicted girls were starting to face increased skepticism. But importantly, the wider public and leaders in Boston grew alarmed at how far things had gone. The accusations had spread beyond Salem village and even touched prominent families. The wife of Governor Phipps herself was rumored to be on the list of those suspected, which may have been the last straw. In October 1692, Governor William Phipps intervened and suspended the court of Oyer and Termine, effectively stopping the hangings. He heeded the advice of Increase Mather and other ministers who became critical of the trials, and later wrote to officials in London that when he returned from an expedition and found the situation in Salem, he put a stop to all proceedings to prevent the persecution of innocents. A letter to the Earl of Nottingham, October 1692. The tribunal was replaced with a new superior court of judicature, which would not allow spectral evidence. In January 1693, this new court convened in Salem to handle the remaining witchcraft cases. With no spectral evidence admissible, the atmosphere of the trials shifted significantly. Of the nearly 50 people still in custody waiting trial, most were quickly acquitted or just had their charges dropped. The few that were convicted, despite the stricter standards, were spared by immediate reprieves from Governor Phipps himself. And by May 1693, Phipps pardoned all of those who were still imprisoned on witchcraft charges. At last, the Salem witch hunt was over. In total, 20 people had been executed, and at least 5 more, including 2 infants, had died in custody. Many others survived, but had their lives shattered farms left untended, reputations ruined, and of course the families grieving the unjust loss. Of course, in the wake of all this, people had to come to terms with what had occurred. The colony's leaders and citizens engaged in an uncomfortable process of repentance and reflection. In January of 1697, 4 years after the hangings, a public day of fasting and soul-searching was ordered. On that day, one of the former judges of the court, Samuel Sewall, rose in Boston's South Church, while a statement acknowledging his personal guilt was read aloud. Sewall accepted the blame and the shame for his part in the tragedy, an extraordinary admission from a man who had condemned innocents to death. The others were not so forthcoming. William Stoughton, the chief judge, never admitted he was wrong. He died in 1701, still very much convinced that he had done God's work. And the minister, Samuel Parris, whose household had sparked the initial accusations, was asked to leave Salem in 1697 as the congregation tried to heal its rifts. Parris eventually moved away, but perhaps he never fully escaped that reputation. One of the afflicted girls, Anne Putnam Jr., would later make the most notable apology. In 1706, as a 26-year-old, she publicly confessed error when she sought membership in the Salem village church. She acknowledged that Satan had deluded her, and she asked for forgiveness and declared her desire to lie in the dust in penitence. Though she had truly believed at the time she was doing God's will, she admitted she had been an instrument of evil in accusing innocent neighbors. The congregation accepted her confession. Notably, Anne Putnam Jr. was the only one of the core group of accusers to ever make such a public retraction. Well, in the following decades, the Salem community and the Massachusetts government slowly took steps to provide some kind of restitution and clear the names of the condemned. In 1711, the colonial legislature passed a bill restoring the rights and good names of many of the accused, and it awarded financial compensation to the surviving family members, though money hardly makes up for what happens. Well, the scars on the community, they would last a lot longer. Families of the victims harbored bitterness. Some left Salem altogether to start anew. Some stayed. The story of Salem's witch trials was seared into the conscience of New England as a grim cautionary tale of societal failure. And since the trials had become synonymous with the dangers of mass hysteria and the dark side of communal zeal, for the Puritans in 1692, the episode was initially seen as a battle with the devil that just got tragically out of hand. But not long after, it served as an example of why spectral evidence should never be used in court, and why due process and restraint are vital even during a crisis. When Cotton Mather published his account, Wonders of the Invisible World, in late 1692, he defended the trials as justified and providential. However, by 1700, Bostonian writer Robert Califf published more Wonders of the Invisible World, which scathingly criticized the trial's conduct and the credulity of men like Mathers. Califf accused the judges and accusers of bloodlust and delusion. His work reflected this growing colonial consensus that the witch hunt had indeed been a terrible, terrible mistake. Indeed, Never again would American courts execute someone for witchcraft. The crisis in Salem was the last of its kind for the colonies. Although rooted in a very specific time and context, a Puritan society steeped in a literal belief in the devil and beset by hardships, the trial's legacy echoed far beyond 17th century Massachusetts. That very term, witch hunt, it endures in our language to describe irrational and unjust persecutions. Generations of scholars have studied Salem to understand how communal fear can lead ordinary people to participate in extraordinary injustice. The trials also prompted early thoughts about the rights of the accused and the limits on admissible evidence, a foreshadowing of the principles that became fundamental in American law. In Salem itself, the memory of 1692 remained sensitive. It was only in 1752 that Salem village changed its name to Danvers, partly to disassociate from the taint of the witch trials. Yet, the fascination endures. The story continues to be retold in books, films, YouTube videos like this. It compels one to ask how an upright, devout community could turn so fiercely upon itself. Maybe that was the devil's plan all along. Who knows? That's another theory. But maybe the ultimate lesson is the importance of tempering fear with reason and ensuring that due process is not trampled over by hysteria. Well, the witch hunts have ended, but they left a legacy of sorrow, reflection, and a cautionary tale that still speaks to people over 3 centuries later. A morbid fascination. After all, that's why you're here, isn't it? Published in Germany in 1487 by Heinrich Kramer, a Dominican monk and inquisitor, the Malleus Malleficarum, or in the English tongue, Hammer of the Witches, stands as one of the most infamous and influential treatises on witchcraft in the annals of European history. Crafted during the Renaissance and coinciding with the advent of the printing press, this book profoundly shaped the witch hunts of the 16th and 17th centuries. It methodically outlines the existence, practices, and prosecution methods of witchcraft, predominantly targeting women, whom it claims are particularly susceptible to diabolical influences. Despite its eventual condemnation by the Church, the widespread distribution and enduring impact of the Malleus Malleficarum fueled centuries of witch hunts, resulting in the torture and execution of thousands. Today, the work remains a crucial point of study for those seeking to understand the cultural and intellectual underpinnings of one of the darkest chapters in our history. Hello everyone and welcome. Well, today we're talking about something particularly interesting, the old Malleus Malleficarum. As always, leave something insightful in the comments. If I find it particularly interesting, I will pin it up the top and everybody can see. And also check us out on Facebook. We're building a community up there, slowly but surely. Well, let's get on with the topic for today. Nice and relaxed as usual. The opposition from the Church to witchcraft and heresy has deep historical roots, as reflected in the Canon Episcopi, which was issued around 900 AD, declaring that witchcraft and magic were nothing more than diabolical illusions. Those who believed in such practices were seen as being misled by the devil through their dreams and strange visions. Despite this official condemnation, belief in the supernatural interventions persisted on, particularly through ordeals, which were later adapted for use in witch trials. Official church doctrine acknowledged that devils could be expelled through sacramental exorcisms, which of course continue even to our modern day, which recognized, of course, the Malleus Malleficarum as one of the 5 methods to counter the attacks. But unlike exorcism, the practices of prayer and transubstantiation were, of course, not regarded as magical rituals. In 1484, a clergyman by the name of Heinrich Kramer made one of the earliest attempts to prosecute individuals accused of witchcraft around the Tyrol region. However, his efforts were unsuccessful, and even led to his expulsion from Innsbruck and dismissal by the local bishop, who described him as senile and insane. It's been suggested that Kramer's motivation for writing the Malleus Malleficarum was to vindicate himself and even in some way exact revenge. Other scholars argue that Kramer's primary goal in writing the book was to articulate his views on witchcraft, systematically refute those who denied its existence, discredit the skeptics, and emphasize that witchcraft was mainly practiced by women. He also had the aim of persuading magistrates to adopt his methods for identifying and, of course, prosecuting witches. I will get to the specifics of that later on. Well, after the rough time in Tyrol, all of his failed attempts, some scholars suggest that Kramer sought direct papal approval to continue his prosecutions against witches. This led to the issuance of the papal bull Summis Desiderantes Affectibus by Pope Innocent VIII in 1484. This papal bull empowered the Inquisition to prosecute cases of witchcraft and specifically authorized Kramer, along with the Dominican friar Jacob Sprenger. Now, on to Sprenger. Contrary to the belief that he collaborated with Kramer, some academics argue that Sprenger was actually a consistent critic of him, even going as far to prohibit him from preaching and banning him from Dominican convents under Sprenger's control. There is one Wolfgang Behringer, a modern historian, who supports this view. He suggests that Sprenger was not a co-author of the Malleus Malleficarum as is once perceived, and that his relationship with Kramer was somewhat adversarial rather than cooperative. As stated by Wolfgang Behringer, and I quote, "Sprenger had tried to suppress Kramer's activities in every possible way. He forbade the convents of his province to host him. He forbade Kramer to preach, and he even tried to interfere directly in the affairs of Kramer's Celestat convent." The same day, Sprenger became successor to Jacob Strubach as provincial superior. October 19, 1487, he obtained permission from his general, Joachino Turiani, to lash out against Master Heinrich Kramer, Inquisitor. Now, the preface also has purported a unanimous approval from the Faculty of Theology at the University of Cologne. However, numerous historians have contended that there is strong evidence from other sources, other than the Malleus, that the theology faculty of the university condemned the book due to its unethical methods and its contradiction of key principles of Catholic theology. Additionally, it is alleged that institutores deceitfully fabricated a document to falsely claim unanimous approval. The book served as the authoritative guide for secular courts across Renaissance Europe, but the Inquisition refused to acknowledge the Malleus' authority, and they did not utilize it. Now, prior to the year 1400, it was very uncommon for anyone to face legal action for practicing what was perceived as witchcraft. However, the growing prevalence of prosecuting individuals for heresy, combined with the inability to completely eradicate these heretics, set the stage for future criminal prosecutions. During the 15th century, the belief in witches had become extensively acknowledged and accepted in European society. In the past, individuals found guilty of practicing witchcraft usually faced relatively mild punishments, such as public humiliations like being placed in the stocks. However, their prosecution became increasingly severe after the Malleficarum was published, as belief in witchcraft became widely acknowledged as a genuine and a perilous occurrence, a threat to everyone. The most stringent prosecutions occurred from 1560 to 1630, and at least in Europe, they mostly ceased by 1780, with a few sporadic occurrences here and there, but not for much long after. Of course, the witch trials in the New World provinces, Massachusetts, all the rest, well, we'll get to them in a different video. Demonologists, and there were quite a few of them, all throughout Europe were obsessed with a fervent dispute about the nature of witches during the 16th and 17th centuries. As a result, they issued numerous printed sermons, books, and pamphlets. The Catholic Church exerted significant influence in creating the discourse on demonology, while the Reformation had quite minimal impact upon it. Of course, Martin Luther firmly believed in the existence and malevolence of witches, and played his own role in advancing Protestant demonology. But nothing is as extensive as the Catholic writings on it. It's quite fascinating. I do recommend you go and read some of the Catholic demonology. They really put a lot of effort into it. Now, both Catholic and Protestant demonologies shared similar fundamental views on witches, and most authors concurred on the gravity of the offense of witchcraft. The acceptance of witch hunting was evident in both Catholic and Protestant legislatures, as it was backed by governments of both religious denominations. You see, witches were considered enemies to Christianity, and witchcraft was seen as a most severe offense and transgression against God. In continental and Roman law, witchcraft was considered the crimen exceptum, a heinous crime that surpassed all regular judicial proceedings. During the Age of Enlightenment, the belief in the ability of witches to cause damage started to diminish in Western societies. Post-Enlightenment Christians held disbelief because of their adherence to reason and empiricism. Now, onto the actual work itself. It's split up into 5 different sections, and we're going to talk about them one by one, provide some quotes from the book and some analysis upon them. So let's talk about the first section, being named Justification. This section provides a concise explanation of how the widespread use of sorcery, which is a strategy employed by the devil in his ultimate attack on God's creation, served as a motivation for authors to compose the Malleus Malleficarum. And this is a quote from the work. Lucifer attacks through these heresies at the time in particular, when the evening of the world declines towards its setting, and the evil of men swells up, since he knows, in great anger, as John bears witness in the book of Apocalypse 12:12, that he has little time remaining. Hence, he has also caused a certain unusual heretical perversity to grow up in the land of the Lord. A heresy, I say, of sorceresses, since it is designed by the particular sex over which he is known to have power. In the midst of these evils, we inquisitors, Jacobus Sprenger, together with the very dear associate inquisitores delegated by the Apostolic See for the extermination of so destructive a heresy, we will bring everything to the desired conclusion, naming the treatise Hammer for Sorceresses. We are undertaking the task of compiling the work for an associate. The second section is regarding the papal bull. The Malleus Maleficarum indicates a replica of a papal bull called Summis Desiderantes Affectibus, which is directed towards Heinrich Institoris and Jacob Sprenger. Pope Innocent VIII admits that the existence and malevolence of sorceresses are indeed a problem, and recognizes their involvement in satanic activities. Based on the date of the document, the papal bull was issued in 1484, which was 2 years prior to the completion of the final Malleus Maleficarum. Thus, it does not signify support for a particular definitive version of the Malleus. However, its inclusion indirectly validates the handbook by offering overall affirmation of the existence of witchcraft and complete authorization to Sprenger and Institoris in their teachings and actions. And this is from the text itself regarding the papal bull. And they shall also have full and entire liberty to propound and preach to the faithful word of God, as often as it shall seem to them fitting and proper, in each and all of their parish churches and the said provinces, and to do all things necessary and suitable under the aforesaid circumstance, and likewise freely and fully carry them out. From the papal bull, Summis Desiderantes Affectibus. Now the next section is approbation. The section of the Maleficarum referred to as the approbation of the following treatise and the signatures thereunto to the doctors to the illustrious University of Cologne follows in the form of a public document. It consists of unanimous endorsements of the Malleus Maleficarum by all the doctors of the theological faculty of the University of Cologne, who have personally signed it. The proceedings are certified by Notary Public Arnold Kolich of Euskirchen, who is a sworn clergyman of Cologne. The confirmation of this testimony is provided by present witnesses Johannes Volda of Merchen, a sworn beadle, Nicholas Cooper de Vanraff, the sworn notary of Curia of Cologne, and Christian Vincent of Euskirchen, a clergyman of the Diocese of Cologne. The text of the approbation states that during the proceedings, Institoris, who do remember that that is the Latinized name of Heinrich Kramer, don't get confused, received a letter from Maximilian, who had recently been crowned King of the Romans and was the son of Emperor Frederick III. We're, of course, talking about the Holy Roman Empire here. Now, the letter is summarized in the approbation as follows. Maximilian I provides full protection to these inquisitors, and orders and commands all subjects of the Roman Empire to offer their support and assistance to the inquisitors. They are also instructed to act in accordance with the instructions contained in the letter. It is reported that in early December 1486, Kramer traveled to Brussels, the capital of Burgundy, with the intention of obtaining a privilege from the future emperor. Kramer did not have the courage, apparently, to involve Frederick III, whom he had previously offended. But once the new guy was in power, it wasn't so awkward anymore. However, this response he received must have been quite unfavorable anyway, as it could not be included in the foreword. Now, the approbation as a preamble, and is subsequently accompanied by a decision divided into two sections. So let's first do the first part of the preamble. The text commences with a broad assertion of the prevailing conditions, which is written like this. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, Amen. Let all those who will read, see, or hear the present public document know that in the year since the birth of our Lord, 1487, in the 5th indiction, on Saturday the 19th day of May, at 5 in the afternoon or thereabouts, in the 3rd year of the pontificate of our Lord, the most holy Father in Christ, Lord Innocent the Eighth, by divine providence Pope, in the presence of my notary public, and a witness written below, had been specifically summoned and asked for this purpose. The venerable and religious brother Heinricus Institoris, professor of holy theology, and member of the order of preachers, who was appointed as inquisitor into heretical depravity by the Holy See along with his colleague, the venerable and religious brother Jacobus Sprenger, and also a professor of holy theology and prior of the convent of preachers in Cologne. Signatories express their dissatisfaction with certain religious leaders who boldly deny the existence of sorceresses in their sermons. They point out that the authors of the Malleus Malleficarum are not primarily focused on dispelling this ignorance, but rather on providing detailed instructions for sentencing and punishing sorceresses in accordance with religious texts and regulations. These signatories then clarify their motivation for sharing their expertise. And this is from the signatories. It is consonant with reason that those things that are done on behalf of the common good should also be confirmed through the common approval of the doctors, and therefore, lest the aforementioned poorly educated curates and preachers think, in their ignorance of Holy Scripture, that the aforesaid treatise, which was composed in the manner mentioned above, is poorly supported by the determinations and pronouncement of the doctors. They offered it for examination and comparison against Scripture to the illustrious University of Cologne, or rather to certain professors of holy theology, in order that if any things were found to be worthy of censure or incompatible with the Catholic truth, they should be refuted by the judgment of those professors, and that those things found to be compatible with the Catholic truth should be approved. Now, this was, in fact, done in the ways written below. So the next section is resolution. There are two signings, which are occasionally referred to as two approbations. The distinction lies in the fact that in the first part, 4 signatories confirm that they have scrutinized the treatises and support its content, whereas in the second part, signatories do not claim to have read the treatises, but still demonstrate approval by explicitly reiterating certain overarching principles of the treatises and endorsing them. The initial section presents the viewpoint of Lambertus de Monte of Herenberg, who serves as the temporary dean of the Faculty of Holy Theology at Cologne. Subsequently, Professors Jacobus Strehlen of Notlink, Andreas Schermer of Oceanfurt, and Master Thomas de Scotia provide testimony affirming their agreement with his perspective. Now here is a portion of the opinion. I proclaim that this 3-part treatise, which has been examined by me carefully and compared against Scripture with regard to its first 2 parts, contains nothing, in my humble opinion, that is contrary to the pronouncements of the non-erroneous philosophers, or against the truth of the holy Catholic and Apostolic faith, or against the determinations of the doctors approved or admitted by the Holy Church, and that the 3rd part should certainly be upheld and approved in regard to the punishments of those heretics whom it reads. In it does not contradict holy canons, and also because the personal experiences described in this treatise, which are believed to be true because of the reputation of such great men, particularly since they are inquisitors. It should be ensured that this treatise will become known to learned and zealous men, who will then, on the basis of it, provide various healthy and appropriate advice for the extermination of sorceresses. Now, the second section is endorsed by the original signatories, as well as by many professors from Cologne. The signatories affirm that 1. The Masters of Holy Theology written below commend the inquisitors into heretical depravity appointed by the authority of the Apostolic See, in conformity with the canons, and argue that they think it right to carry out their office zealously. 2. The proposition that acts of sorcery can happen with God's permission through sorcerers or sorceresses when the devil works with them is not contrary to the Catholic faith, but consonant with the statements of Holy Scripture. Indeed, according to the pronouncements of the holy doctors, it is necessary to admit that such acts can sometimes happen. 3. It is therefore erroneous to preach that acts of sorcery cannot happen, because in this way preachers impede to the extent that they can the pious work of the inquisitors, to the prejudice of the salvation of souls. Nonetheless, secrets that are heard at any time by inquisitors should not be revealed to anyone. And 4. All princes and Catholics should be urged to think it right to insist such pious vows on the part of the inquisitors in defense of the holy Catholic faith. End of the affirmations of the signatories of the College of Cologne. Now, what about witchcraft itself? How is it actually defined by the Malleus Malleficarum? Well, according to the text, it requires 3 essential components: the malevolent intents of the witch, the assistance of the devil, and the consent of God. The treatise is organized into three distinct portions. The initial segment is targeted towards clergy and endeavors to counter arguments made by detractors who reject the existence of witchcraft in all its forms, thereby, of course, impeding its legal pursuit. I mean, you can't charge someone for something that isn't real, right? Well, the second section delineates the tangible manifestations of witchcraft and the corresponding methods of counteraction. The primary objective of the third division is to provide support to judges, there being secular judges, by the way, in dealing with and countering witchcraft, as well as to alleviate the strain placed on inquisitors. Each of the three sections explores the predominant issues of the nature of witchcraft and the identification of witches. Section 1 explores the theoretical aspect of witchcraft, analyzing it from the perspective of natural philosophy and theology. More precisely, it explores the inquiry into the authenticity of witchcraft as either an actual occurrence or simply a figment of one's imagination. Do remember, it was the Renaissance. People were certainly becoming a little bit more enlightened, albeit slowly, but, give them time. Well, it potentially describes this as deceptive apparitions created by the devil, or merely the products of excessive, agitated human thoughts. Too much time on their hands, that kind of thing. Now, the inference made is that the existence of witchcraft is actually supported by the existence of the devil, cannot have one without the other, and it's believed that witches had made a bargain with Satan to gain the ability to carry out damaging magical actions in the mortal realm, hence establishing a crucial connection between witches and the devil. The discussion in general within the text revolves around practical matters and real-life cases, as well as the abilities of witches and their methods of recruiting. The statement asserts that witches, rather than the devil, are mostly responsible for recruitment, bringing other people into the covens, They achieve this by causing misfortune in the life of a respected woman, which prompts her to seek the guidance of a witch. Alternatively, they may introduce young girls to alluring young devils. This text provides a comprehensive explanation of the methods employed by witches to perform spells, as well as offering potential countermeasures to thwart witchcraft or aid individuals who have fallen victim to its effects. But who gives them the authority to speak on such things? Well, they seem to have been quite versed in the theology of the day. They weren't just a random layman writing a book. In fact, Jacob Sprenger, he held the position of an appointed inquisitor for the Rhineland, serving as theology professor, and was a dean at the University of Cologne in Germany, while Heinrich Kramer, or once again his Latin name Institutoris, held the position of an appointed inquisitor in South Germany. He was also a professor of theology at the University of Salzburg, and was widely recognized as the foremost expert in demonology and witch hunting during the late medieval period in Germany. In the papal bull Summis Desiderantes Affectibus, Pope Innocent VIII addresses them, being Sprenger and Kramer, as beloved sons and professors of theology. Additionally, he grants them the authority to do as they will to eradicate witchcraft. Now, Kramer and Sprenger were the first to raise harmful sorcery to the criminal status of heresy. In fact, a lot of this was justified by the principles outlined in Exodus 22:18. That being, you must not allow a sorceress to live, depending on the translation. Well, that seems pretty clear, doesn't it? Back it up, boys. No arguments there. Well, if harmful sorcery is a crime on the order of heresy, Kramer and Sprenger argue, then the secular judges who prosecute it must do so with the same vigor that the Inquisition would in prosecuting a heretic. The Malleus urges them to adopt torture, leading questions, and the admission of denunciation as valid evidence. And of course, any other inquisitorial practices to achieve swift results. I'm sure it'll be a fair trial. I'm being sarcastic, obviously. Well, moreover, the authors insist that the death penalty for convicted witches is the only sure remedy against witchcraft. They maintain that the lesser penalty of banishment, as prescribed in earlier works like the Canon Episcopi, for those convicted of harmful sorcery, does not apply to these new breed of witches, whose unprecedented evil justifies capital punishment. The initial portion of the book's primary material employs the scholastic technique of Thomas Aquinas, which is distinguished by a style of debating questions particularly exemplified by his work Summa Theologica. It was a commonly used method of argumentation in scholarly discussions with a lengthy history. In fact, the majority of the citations in the Malleus Malleficarum are derived from various works attributed to Thomas Aquinas. Now, Aquinas is, well, he's a well-known figure. I've made a video on him, quite fascinating, you can go and watch it. And indeed, you'll find him as the primary reference for the first section of the Malleficarum, and you'll find him peppered about pretty much every other section too. Formicarius by Johannes Nieder is also a significant source for section 2, and Directorium Inquisitorum by Spanish Inquisitor Nicholas Emmerich is also a vital source for section 3. Of course, the Malleus advocated for the use of both torture and deception to extract confessions. It suggested that the judge, along with other devout individuals, should attempt to convince the prisoner to confess voluntarily, and if they wouldn't, you just convince them harder, and keep convincing them until they do confess. See where this is going? However, if the suspect refuses to confess, the judge orders the attendants to restrain the prisoner using the strappado and other torture devices. Now, if you don't know what the strappado is, that's probably for the best. But basically, you have your hands tied behind your back, and then a rope is tied around your wrists. And then they pretty much jerk you up by this rope, and your shoulders dislocate and all of your bones crack, and they just thrash you around for a while. Think about it when you pull a fish out of the water. It's kind of like that, except with your hands bound and your joints creaking and not good. Moving on from that. I'm sorry for that explanation of that, but hey, it's relevant to the text, so we have to know. Well, of course, faced with this sort of outcome, the attendants promptly comply, sometimes with simulated agitation. Subsequently, under the request of certain individuals in attendance, the captive is released once more and is separated from the group, and then once again convinced to admit guilt under the false impression that doing so would spare their life. Well, all confessions obtained through the use of torture, of course, had to be verified, and this is what it says about that in the text. It should be noted that if an individual confesses while being subjected to torture, they must subsequently be taken to a different location in order to corroborate and certify that their confession was not solely a result of physical coercion. Nevertheless, in the absence of confirmation, the act of torture could not be replicated. However, it was permitted to persist on a designated day, with the condition that if the prisoner fails to satisfactorily confess to the truth, alternate forms of torture must be presented to him, or her, rather, along with the declaration that unless a confession is made, they will have to endure these further tortures too. However, even if the method fails to instill fear and elicit the truth, then the following day or the day after should be scheduled for a continuation of the tortures, not a repetition, as it should only be performed if new evidence is presented. Next, the judge must formally inform the inmates of the following statement. We, the judge, etc., have scheduled a specific day for the resumption of the tortures so that you may speak the truth and have the entire process documented by the notary. Well, traditionally, witches were predominantly of the female gender, and following the release of the Malleus Malleficarum, it appears that 75% of individuals who were accused and tried as witches were indeed women. Of course, they were seen to have less faith and be more focused on physical desires than men. But there's something a little deeper, and it's just my opinion. I'm not sure if it's one of the reasons, but I think that the prevailing theory behind this goes back to that in the original Garden of Eden story, that Adam was not tempted by the serpent, but Eve was the one who ate the apple, getting that eternal knowledge and all that. So, I think that's where most of it comes from. That opinion that women were more susceptible to the wiles of the devil than men were. Well, the primary explanation, at least by the Malleus, was the fundamental principle of sorcery, which is the rejection of faith. Now, according to this belief, women are considered inherently bad due to their tendency to doubt in matters of faith more readily. So basically, they're talking about critical thinking. While it was possible for men to be witches or sorcerers, whatever we're going to use as a terminology, they were generally regarded to be less common, and the underlying factors contributing to their classification as witches were distinct as well. You see, the prominent type of male witch described in the book is the sorcerer archer. The book is somewhat ambiguous about this, but it does suggest that the motivation behind male witches is mostly driven by a thirst for power, rather than an unbelief or lust, which is claimed to be the case with most female witches. Now, undoubtedly, the title of the Malleus Maleficarum itself is feminine, suggesting that it was the women who were portrayed as the wrongdoers. Ultimately, it might take the form of Malleus Malleficarum, which is the masculine version of the Latin noun maleficus or malefica, meaning witch. In Latin, the term maleficarum is exclusively used for women, although the title maleficorum can be used for males alone or as a kind of gender-neutral group pronoun when they are all together. The Maleficarum alleges that witches also engaged in infanticide, cannibalism, and the casting of malevolent spells to damage their adversaries, while also possessing the ability to emasculate men. Perhaps that's where all this comes from. Subsequently, it provides narratives of witches engaging in these illegal activities. Kramer and Sprenger develop a powerful, sex-specific theory of witchcraft based on a hierarchical and dualistic view of the world. You see, everything exists in pairs of opposites. God and Satan, Adam and Eve, or men and women. You see, each positive principle in a pair is delineated by its negative polar opposite. Perfection is defined not as the integration or preservation of opposites, but rather the extermination of the negative element in a polar pair. Because women are the negative counterpart to men as seen by the theology written within the Maleficarum, they corrupt male perfection through witchcraft, and therefore the women who engage in such activities are indeed witches and must be dealt with as soon as possible, and by the most horrible means. So, according to the Malleus, the only way a woman can avoid succumbing to her passions and becoming a witch is to embrace a life of devout chastity in a religious retreat. Go off and become a nun somewhere, basically. But the monastic life is actually quite reserved to the spiritually gifted few. You can just show up out of nowhere. People often think this is how you get into a Shaolin monastery or something like that. Just show up and become the thing. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Therefore, most women are doomed to become witches who cannot be redeemed, and the only recourse open to the authorities is to ferret out and exterminate as many of them as they can. Bad luck for them, I suppose. Well, the Malleus Malleficarum presents a distinct understanding of witches, known as the new category, Strixology, which significantly deviates from previously held beliefs, kind of like a version 2.0 for studying witches. Of course, we had witches before then, but this time they had narrowed everything down into what they actually were and how to deal with them. Now, the term malefica possesses a distinct denunciation that is not present in other terms used to describe women with supernatural abilities. The perception of witches and magic, by extension, is inherently associated with malevolence, evil. It deviates from these previous notions of witchcraft that were more broad and encompassing, and just slaps a big label on everyone. Now, at this time, witchcraft formed a distinct and opposing religious belief. Once again, those polar opposites. The witch's once formidable authority over the deities was relinquished, as her capacity to compel their compliance was superseded by complete submission to the devil. Simply put, the witch transformed into a mere instrument of Satan, not some powerful being, just a tool of the devil. This portrayal of witches was a component of perception of magic that scholars referred to as Satanism or diabolism. According to this belief, a witch was a participant in an evil organization led by Satan and committed to doing harmful acts of sorcery on others. Now, in terms of the acts themselves, we can pretty much put them down to 6 specific activities. And it goes like this. First is aerial flight for the purpose of attending meetings with the devil, which is quite convenient, I'll say. An assembly presided over by Satan himself and the attendants thereof, at which the initiates entered into the pact, and incest and promiscuous sexual acts were engaged in by the attendees. Also the practice of maleficent magic, sexual relations with the devil himself, a pact entered into the devil, specifically blood pacts, these kind of things, a concomitant apostasy from Christianity, and probably the worst one, the slaughter of babies, which is not good in any context. Of course, demons play a key role in the Malleus, as they are responsible for enticing humans to engage in magic and are central actors in the witches' pledges. They engage in sexual interactions with the witches on a regular basis. According to the book, it asserts that customary for all witches to engage in these depraved acts with demons. Quoting from the book, this activity constitutes a significant aspect of human-demon interaction, with demons engaging in it not for the purpose of pleasure, but rather with the intention of causing corruption. Now it's important to mention that not all devils and demons engage in such activities. According to the book, it's a little bit more complex than that. Certain demons are reluctant to engage in certain behaviors and immoral deeds due to the nobility of their character. Credit where it's due, I suppose. While the work did not explicitly provide a roster or categorization of demons, as found in certain demonological writings or spell books from that time period, such as the Liber Juratus, it does actually make mention of several varieties of demons. For instance, the book extensively covers topics related to incubi and succubi, including their involvement in pregnancies, the subjection of witches to incubi, and the methods of defense against them. Now, with that, we've spoken enough about the Malleus Malleficarum. Of course, there's plenty of things to learn from the primary text itself. I'll probably do a full reading of it, because why not? But what do you think about it? Do you think the witches are real? Do you have salt lamps and crystals in your house? Tell me in the comments. For now, though, we're all going to have a nice rest and think about what we've learned. But of course, before we go, I'm going to thank the top tier patrons: Doug, Carrie, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, and Jessica. Thank you very much, and I will see you next time. Let's try not to be so judgmental towards others. Good night. Lots of love to you all.